How's it going, everyone? Richard here from Ola Prime. Joining me today, Walter, Howard. How are you guys doing?
Very well.
Hey,
How are you?
Very well, thanks. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Awesome, good stuff. Howard, I believe you already taken a trade just a few minutes ago. Maybe you can kick things off for us. Show us what you got.
Absolutely. Actually, the trade I took was late on yesterday's live session, short crude oil, and
Nice.
I'm looking to add to it on weakness should we break down some more. So basically, can you see the screen there?
Yeah,
I can see the screen.
Okay, cool. So for me, the macro picture, the big picture really is one of a bearish environment where we broke down from this descending triangle on the weekly chart. We a few weeks back, we had the kind of a retest of the broken support level, turn resistance, which obviously failed. And we saw quite a big down week 3 weeks back, and then a reaction higher from just ahead of the swing low. And then this week so far, we've had a little push towards the upside, trying to extend that move, but we've clearly rejected. This is the weekly candle which is shaping up from just below that resistance line. So this for me is a kind of second bite of the cherry for short trades in the direction of this kind of developing downtrend for crude oil. So moving onto the daily chart, you can see that pink line is the kind of broken support line, at least over the last couple of months. So yesterday, we had that nice recovery from the swing low, just above the swing low. It took a good few sessions, minor pullback, then a kind of a retest. So we had this kind of breakout situation here, but again, it failed just ahead of this broken support level where it failed last time. So this is a really strong level of resistance for me. And the fact that we saw that kind of snapback late or during the session before yesterday, that really gave me the kind of impetus to have a go at the short side after waiting for this kind of bounce to run its course. So I took a short yesterday, just onto the intraday chart now. So there's that run up to the high. So climactic run up to the high, snapback, sideways, and then it starts to trend down. So I started basically, I caught it a bit late, to be fair. I started kind of selling. I took my first shot in this kind of zone here, sat through the chop, and then I added a little bit more yesterday. So yeah, we're still kind of trending down on the intraday chart, and I am looking to add to shorts if we were to break through this this kind of reaction low on the daily chart, which happens to be last week's low as well on the weekly candle. So I think should we get a push through that low there, I think a lot of people will be a lot of longs will be stopping themselves out, and maybe some new shorts will come in. So there could be a lot of sell stops. Yeah, I think a lot of sell stops below this point here. So that really would confirm that these guys have been trapped and that we're on the right side of the market.
What's that run about $60 a barrel?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. It's a nice psychological number. I guess people are thinking that's a bit of a floor now, but obviously, should that floor go, we might start to see something a little bit like this on the daily chart, where we head back down towards the lows. So yeah, positioned up yesterday, looking to add. Should we break that level, then I'll lower my stop on the because the average will be not a bad average above the high. Well, I guess around the high of the day today, and then I'll be looking for break down a multi-day trade, holding this one down. So it's kind of it's a swing trade rather than a kind of a day trade looking for 20, 30 pips or ticks kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that's that one.
How long do you think you're going to be holding that for?
I guess 3-4 days should we get the move.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm looking for this kind of move. So
how do you typically manage your trade over that time? So with your stop loss particularly, do you trail the stop, or do you just sort of like leave it in one place?
No, I will be trailing the stop. I like the idea of getting it down to break even as soon as I can. as long as that makes sense. I don't want to put the stop at break even at this point because it's a little bit too close to the market. I think too close to my entry. So I want to leave a little bit of room for it to chop because there may be some kind of buying around this low. So just leave a bit of room for it to do its thing. But once we start to break down, then I will be lowering the stop probably to today's high. Should we get the break today? Because if we get the break today, then we don't want to see it back through today's high tomorrow, for example. So that for me will be a natural place to put a stop once we get the confirmed breakout. So that's that one. So yeah, on the currency side, I'm watching a couple of things. Let's just and we'll go through some of these big picture stuff things a little bit later. But just with regards to the current trading ideas, so sterling dollar cable on the intraday chart, we hit a high 140.34, 68, 69, and we've got into a bit of a short-term range. But it looks to me like we've kind of this morning's push lower has kind of failed underneath this kind of pivot level, and then we're back above it now. Pullback kind of held above it, and now we're starting to look a bit stronger. So for me, the trigger level will be the break of these highs on the short-term chart. So I'll be looking. I've got a buy stop here, looking to jump in on the long side should we get that break higher on that. So that's a kind of day trade for me, looking for a pop to new highs.
Nice.
And a similar kind of idea on dollar yen, whereby let's just zoom into the. So the pink line here actually is the previous session's low. So we kind of in Asia we had that kind of flip higher, and then that got completely reversed, and we went down to a new low. Now we've had a kind of a push to a new low, which is not a very strong push. Obviously, it's kind of a bit begrudging, and then it got reversed, and now we're struggling up here, and then we've eased back. So I think should we get back through yesterday's low again, which ties in with this little pivot point on the short-term chart, that for me again would be a sell trigger for the US dollar for a push to new lows. So they're the two markets I'm kind of watching for trades, for day trades, and obviously the crude oil I'm looking to add for the multi-day. Should we get the breakdown through that support level? So yeah, we'll come back to some of the other stuff a bit later on. I'll hand it across to you guys.
Nice. Walter?
Awesome. Yes, so I'm actually in the middle of placing a trade now. So I'm going to talk through the setup.
You guys are busy today.
So this is actually so it's been a very, very active trading session actually. So just give us 2 ticks. I'm just going to share my screen.
No worries.
There we go. All right, can you see me?
Not just yet.
Come up now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Here we go.
All right, so perfect. So left-hand side, I've already placed this position, but I'm going to talk about what the setup is pertaining to Bitcoin dollar, because like today, it's been a very, very nice day with the market obviously given this break above the all-time high. So if I just show you the high time frame. So now Bitcoin is now sitting at $111,335. So I was able to take a nice trade in this as it broke, retested, and then I caught a nice continuation setup on this. I don't see this rally. I mean, the rally eventually will, of course, slow down, and we're going to see some sort of a correction. But right now, there is a lot of buying pressure in the market, and I do see a potential of that sort of like bullishness continuing, particularly over the next few hours. If we take a look at this on a 4-hour time frame, again, I'm just going to just mute this visibility. There we go. So again, we can see that the market has given a very clear break out of this initial range. We're looking at the beginning of a new bullish cycle on that 4-hour time frame. So this is, of course, that initial high that was created. Then the market gave a shift, breaking market structure to the upside. So we're only sort of like within that second leg of this new bullish cycle. So in the long run, of course, like the market could very easily contract back and trade sort of like around this area for a period of time. So again, like Bitcoin is very much similar to gold, where we do see prolonged periods of accumulation. So after we see price obviously pull back, we could see a period of price accumulating within this range, and thereafter we could see some sort of a bullish continuation to the upside. However, of course, this is of course like a much more like longer time frame picture. But the question, of course, is like within the next 2 to 3 hour window, which is typically when I look for opportunity, what kind of setup can we identify? So first, of course, I'll take a look at the 30 minutes. Question, of course, is where is price currently sitting within the 30 minutes trend cycle, right? So right now we can see the market gave a very nice bullish move, obviously from early starting of the session today. We saw that initial break of structure. The market retested this imbalance and then gave that third leg. And then thereafter, the market came back down into the range, gave you initial break of structure, retested, and is now overgiving that third leg. So we're having a new bullish cycle before the market gave a reversal. So the London trading session was simply the market correcting itself to the downside. So it's a very nice correction, right, into that initial bullish order block that was created during the Asian session, right? So the market corrected into this range. Just 1 second, right there. Right, and then after this, we can see that now the market has obviously delivered a new bullish break of structure to the upside, right? So we've seen that initial leg that was created, the market contracted, gave that final expansion, right, to the upside. So now what I'm anticipating is, again, that third leg to complete this bullish cycle. Now, the area of interest within this new bullish range is, of course, going to be the most recent bullish order block that was created on the 30 minutes time frame. Hence why that green is where my bullish order block is. So from this high to this low, and then my entry is positioned at the edge of the order block, stop loss going below the low. And again, we're seeing obviously Bitcoin giving higher prices. Again, for me, a lot of the momentum has already been released during this break. So I really, unless I see a new period of prolonged accumulation, I'm not going to anticipate that the momentum will sort of keep sustaining, and we're going to, I mean, it's very possible we're going to see price pumping, yes, but it's with situations like this, when price goes into new high or new low territory, my personal preference is to just trade based on a static risk to reward within a what I like to call so essentially, like when the market gives an initial high and initial low, my anticipation is for the market to double to give exactly the same move as an extension into that final leg. So which we call this a measured move, right? So again, so you can use a Fibonacci to see this properly. So if we go from this high to this low, just draw a ruler, right? So the double of this move is obviously going to be around where this 1 is, so -1, right? So again, I could aim 1 to 3, but I want to keep my risk reward static, right? So within this range for me is a safe area to trade. Of course, there's a likelihood the market could break above the extension and we could see price push it even further. But for me, that's risky because another thing to bear in mind, when the market is giving all-time highs and all-time lows, a sharp correction can happen at any time, and it can happen when you least expect it. So you don't want to be holding a trade that you could have taken profit on, and then all of a sudden the market pulls back against you. So that's why I believe, so in this case, like a 1 to 3 RR is a safe bet within a context of where price currently is. If we now take a look at this on the 15 minutes time frame as well, the structure is exactly the same. So except the only difference is on the 15 minutes, I've identified the market gave a full bearish cycle to the downside during the London session. And then thereafter, we've seen the market is now giving another example of a bullish break on the 15 minutes time frame. So I really love setups like this where there is alignment between the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame. So these kind of setups tends to play off really, really well in the short term. So my area of interest is the 30 minutes order block. Of course, one could also have entered at the 15 minutes bullish order block, but the reason I'm going for the 30 minutes bullish order block is because of confluence. So the 30 minutes would always hold a higher priority to me than the 15 minutes when we're looking at price trending in exactly the same direction of both time frames. So that's what I'm looking at right now with regards to Bitcoin dollar, hence why I've placed the trade on the Ola Prime account. So it's an MT5 account, and the entry goes at the high of the order block, stop loss goes below the low, and my profit target is exactly 1 to 3 away from my entry price. So again, my calculator shows the sort of like calculations behind this. So any questions on this or any sort of like additions? I'm not sure if you guys monitor Bitcoin, or as obviously we're going through a very new period of the market.
No, I just know that it hit all-time highs. Got notifications from my exchanges that I trade. Sometimes I'm too old, trying to be a holder. So I know that much. But a pretty clear explanation there. Obviously knowing how you approach these markets and what you look for. So nice setup.
Thank you. Well, we can't say nice yet. Still waiting
Not nice yet,
for something to happen. If it triggers, then we'll see.
So, no, it's been very Yes, I was going to say it's been quite an explosive move, that Bitcoin, isn't it? It's had a good old break.
Yeah, it was a very explosive move to the upside earlier today. So yeah, it'll be nice to see how the market sort of like follows through on that over the next few hours. Now, with regards to gold, so gold had a very interesting session on this today. You know, it was a very nice bullish opportunity. So this actually played out because I remember I was talking about this in the last week session, and it played out to the T because it was a very classic move. It's just one of those moves that you can see it coming from a distance. Where so again, I'll just start with sort of like just a higher sort of time frame perspective, and then I'll sort of like break it down on the more lower time frame. So if we take a look at this, right, on the weekly time frame, if you remember a few weeks ago, gold hit the all-time high or the new high of 3,500 to the T. And then thereafter, the idea was, of course, a rejection took place, and the market traded into a key area of daily liquidity, which of course is this daily imbalance. And then thereafter, the market then rejected the imbalance, and is now, it looks like it's potentially given that sort of bullish continuation to the upside. But for me, it's like, I'm not going to look at this move and think, oh, gold is going to come back to 3,500. No, like the next area of interest on the weekly time frame is this high. This high is the next area of interest. Gold could very easily come up, take out the high of 3,435, and then we could see a bigger slump to the downside, right? Well, right now, what we are seeing is a period of sort of like a bullish correction. And then taking a look on the daily time frame again, right? So we can see the market pulled away, gave a break of structure on the daily time frame to the downside. So it's your initial low. This is a trap, right? So this is a morning star formation trading back into the range, and the market came down delivering a new low. So I mean, for me, when I use a cycle, I tend to use it more on the 30 and the 15 minutes. It does work on the higher time frame, but I prioritize trading in line with the cycle on the lower time frame, just because I'm a day trader. I look, my time horizon is a lot smaller compared to what, for example, Howard looks like, when he holds a position for multiple days on end. So if we're taking a look at the daily, right? So daily imbalance is, for me, the next area of interest where the market has now tapped into that daily imbalance. But what's right above the daily imbalance is something that you shouldn't ignore. And that is another bearish imbalance to the upside, right? So I do see a very, very strong possibility that obviously what we're seeing now is a ping pong, what I like to call a ping pong move, where the market would bounce from buy side to sell side and sell side to buy side, right? So what we're seeing here is that sort of like ping pong of the market going from the daily sell side from this bearish imbalance to the daily buy side, so bullish imbalance to the daily buy side of the bearish imbalance to the upside. So the question is, are we going to see the market break into that daily imbalance today? I think it's probably going to happen tomorrow, seeing as we've seen a very aggressive price action today has already taken place. Now, on the 4 hour time frame,
sorry to interrupt. On the daily, where does that trend line come in from the swing high and the reaction high? From those two peaks. Does that come into the daily imbalance above the market? That could be a confluence.
Which high are you referring to?
So the all-time high.
Oh, and you're referring to this.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
You're referring to this? Yeah. Yeah. So I mean so that trend line plays right into that daily imbalance as well, right? So like a very good possibility we could see the market ping that daily imbalance, and then we could see a drop to the downside.
I think
again, like
Jannie
just
was
based on.
I think Jannie was looking at that one yesterday, so it's an interesting area.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is definitely like it looks like a bearish channel is taking place on gold. So I'm bearish on this on 100%. I do see there is a very strong possibility the market could trade down and take out this low, and we could see even a much bigger rejection down to 2,960. So but again, this is just a longer term projection. Gold has a tendency to hold its level for a prolonged period of time, so we could see the market hold its level in this area before that potential continuation, maybe like a month or two from now. But we'll see how price moves over the coming days ahead. So with the 4-hour time frame, again, so the general idea I had from last week was when price was in this range, so that price had given a break of structure to the upside, and I saw that price is going to give a break above to complete this bullish cycle. And the target that I was anticipating the price to take out was this initial high. Now, the market came very close to this prior high, didn't take it out, it was very cheeky, came close to it, gave a correction. But for me, this is a really, really nice move, because obviously what was created when the market pulled away, a relative equal high, right? And relative equal highs are very, very volume-rich zones. I do believe, again, there is a very, very high likelihood that over the coming hours, we are going to see price potentially trade into that relative equal high, which also coincides with where that daily imbalance is residing. So again, it's a very, very volume-rich area, a very, very clear target for price. It's all about whether we can find and identify a really good entry opportunity to trade in line with it. However, like anything beyond that from me right now is not going to be. So anything beyond this to an extent, I'm not anticipating, because it looks like on the 4-hour price has broken structure to the downside. So for me, like a good likelihood is the market will trade back up, purge the equal high, and then we could see a slump to the downside. So if you are a swing trader, or if you are someone that likes to hold positions for a long time, like if you can get a good sell opportunity above this high and price does give a very aggressive move, that's probably the kind of trade that you want to hold on to for like for a few days, weeks, or even a month or so, because price could simply fall away from that level for quite a while. But then if you take a look on the 1-hour time frame, it's pretty much a very similar picture. The only difference is, now this for me is the interesting one, and I'm really looking to get a trade on this potentially this evening. So the market gave a sharp correction and is now given on the 1-hour time frame a break of structure. Then we saw a very aggressive, so I call this vectoring. So it's vector acceleration. So vector acceleration are usually indications of inducement. Now, if you were to look at this on an RSI, relative strength index, what you are going to see is a divergence between these lows, most likely. Why? Because the time it took for price to create a new low relative to this low are two different periods. So for me, there is like what I'm seeing here is the fact that the market has purged this low aggressively. So this is obviously a liquidity hunt for whatever stop. So obviously traders were buying the rally, and they were anticipating potentially maybe a longer term rally to the upside. And they were sort of like positioning the stop losses below this low, then this move would have taken out the stops and allowed, of course, the counterparty to these positions to place new buy positions at these lows. So it's a very, very fast price reaction back into the range. So that nice railway track. So now if we take a look at this on a much more refined lower time frame perspective, 30 minutes for me indicates a completion of a bearish cycle. So we saw the initial low, secondary low, the market retested, and then we saw that rally to the downside, completing this picture. So this happened during the London session. And now that we're in a new session in the New York Open, what I'm anticipating is for the market to potentially correct a little bit lower and then a break above this high. So a break above this high will be an indication of the beginning of a new 30 minutes bullish cycle. But for now, the market is still very firmly within a bearish cycle on the 30 minutes time frame. But the 15 minutes time frame paints a different picture. And I do see a very strong trade beginning to take shape right now. So price gave a bearish cycle on the 15, is given a bullish break of structure to the upside. Area of interest is for me going to be this bullish order block right here. Okay, so this is a very, very keen area of interest. Why? Because this is the most recent block that was created before this break. So again, this setup would be in exactly the same form that I took my long setup, which is from a pending order. So pending order could go at the high of the range, yes, but what is within this block is imbalance. So I'd rather get a more refined entry at that imbalance. Stop goes below the low, right? Or fair value gap, as Richard calls it. It's exactly the same thing. And then of course we're going to have our profit target at the equal high. You can have it either at the equal high, or you can have it slightly above the equal high. Sorry, 1 second. I'm not sure what happened there. So long position right there. Stop goes below the low, and then profit target at the equal high or slightly above for a 1 to 3. Right. So again, I'm just going to go for a static risk reward on this of a 1 to 3 within that daily imbalance. So I'm going to execute this order as well on the account. Oh, it looks like our gold order is actually our Bitcoin order is triggered now. So we've had a very, very nice activation on this trade. So the market came down, tapped right into that order block, and is now obviously giving that rally to the upside. So very, very nice trade there. So awesome. Let's see if this continues in the same way. 1 second, I'll just double check something on my end. All right, so let's now take a look at this gold trade. All right, what I need now is this. There we go. So if we take a look at gold, we're something called a position sizer. It's a free calculator on Earn Forex, and all I need to do is, because again with trading you have to be as efficient and quick as possible. So again, I position my stop loss below the low, so I press S where I want it. My entry would go at the at the tip of the order block, sorry, at the tip of the imbalance, and then of course my profit target goes at the high. So I'm aiming for a 1 to 3 R to R, so I'm just going to adjust this until I get that.
Yeah, looks like a good one.
So that's a 1 to 3.
Looks like a nice one.
Yeah, 0.5. Or just say 0.25. There is a limitation. I'll just go for the max position size on this, which in this case is because I'm actually in Bitcoin, so I actually don't have much of a margin into this. I've used up all my margin on this. But I guess I could go in at the. I can't get it all, can I? I wish I could, but we'll go for the micro lot of 0.01. There we go. And then of course, just copy and paste these figures in. Normally with this calculator, I usually have a button I will just press and it will place a trade for me, right? But I don't think this account allows for EAs to be used to execute trades.
I see.
So yeah. So that's that. So I mean, the Bitcoin one is rallying really, really well. So now that's up quite a bit. Again, this is the importance of precise entry, because when you enter in a very precise manner, you should see a fast and rapid price reaction. So you shouldn't have to wait too long to find out if you're in the right direction or not. So, but again, just because we see a fast price reaction now doesn't mean it will sustain. So we might just need to. Could very easily come back down before going up again. So we'll wait and see if price breaks above this high. Price breaks above this high within the next, let's say, 2 to 3 candles. Then for me, it just means that we are most likely going to see Bitcoin trade into our target level. So yeah, so that's it for me today. So it's Bitcoin long and gold long now in an active trade on Bitcoin.
Nice. Very nice. All right, let me quickly.
So that's it from my end.
Very nice, Walter. Just going to present quickly my side. There we go, showing up. All right, first of all, ES or SPX 500 on the CFDs. Had a pretty strong decline yesterday. I was actually yesterday looking for a short. Unfortunately got stopped out, and then just after the actual morning session we had this very, very strong decline. So unfortunately got stopped out on that trade for a very small loss, but substantial move to the downside. The price started trading sideways during the pre-market session. We had another decent decline, and then I was watching this live around 8:30 a.m. Eastern. The unemployment claim figures came out, which was slightly better than expected, and right at that time we had a move back into that range. So bit of whipsawing going on at the moment. And just to take another note from the news side of things, in about 1 minute or so, we got flash manufacturing PMI numbers and services PMI numbers coming out. Actually, I've already seen that coming out on the screen. And then at 10 a.m., we have existing home sales, potentially not a market mover, but just news events that I have to obviously take note of. Personally, we're in the middle of the range now. With my liquidity sweep strategy, price will have to take out these highs around about 5,865 on the ES and reverse lower, and or move lower, take out the current day's low at 5,818, and then reverse to the upside. Again, switch to 1 minute time frame, see if I can get break of price structure, that imbalance of fair value gaps to use as my trade location. So currently sitting on my hands, not much to do on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ, same thing. Obviously, these markets follow each other in price direction really well. Right around about the unemployment claims numbers, or just slightly afterwards, straight back into that range. All right, we could see also that price just took out yesterday's low prior to this range. So also smack bang in the middle at the moment between today's current high, which is at 21,192, and where this actual low occurred. So also in the middle of that range there. Because of these news events, I'm going to actually see on the NASDAQ, wait for the first 30 minutes range to materialize. And then after the 10 o'clock time has passed, or when it has arrived, and that last candle on my 5 minute time frame, this will be as ended. If I can get a breakout out of that range, then that might potentially be a directional trade I want to take. But I've seen quite recently that with these strategies, that price tends to break out of that opening range breakouts, pulls back into them, and I've actually noted not quite well, but for quite some time now during the past few weeks, that they tend to flush those AUB traders out. Price moves back into the range. If you get a fair value gap with that occurring, quite often then it goes to the opposite side of the range. Just an observation. So it might be something I'm keen to try. Obviously, you just don't go and try new strategies, but it's all about following what price action is telling you.
Test it out.
And try to execute accordingly. So that's the plan on the NASDAQ. Still got about 13 or so minutes before that first 30 minutes of that range is formed, and then see what happens. For this whole week, price has just been stuck within, previously I traded that 15-minute opening range thing strategy. And price would just get, whip up and down within that range. And then you only get your move after the morning session, just before lunchtime or after lunchtime, like yesterday, when you actually get a nice directional move occur.
Yeah. What would you say, Rich, is kind of typical for the stock market when it makes its big move into the close? When is kind of a good time to expect that move to kick off, would you say?
I mean, it's difficult to say for me. I've just found that most of these days, prior to this actual high now, you have to sort of like drift lower into the opening New York Open, and then you'll get like reactions from it. And then, I mean, you can just look at this price chart. It's like then towards the end of the day, you'll have declines again going into your London session or whatever, drifting lower, and then you get these spikes upwards during the New York session. But I'm actually thinking now currently that if we go to a higher time frame, let me just quickly do that on the NASI. Let's just go on the 30 minutes. I'm thinking that we might be dealing here with an expanding triangle, which is a very volatile type of formation.
Yeah. Yep.
And something like that. There
But
might still be a bit more downside here. Not necessarily the price has to reach that that trend line that's sloping downwards here, but potentially we could be seeing I don't know, a B, a C, a D, and because this high actually pipped this high, and an E wave to end this whole move. Whether it's ended or not, that might be a potential. So some people refer to this pattern as as a microphone pattern, right?
Yeah.
So one of those handheld
gramophone. Yeah.
Gramophone. Yeah. Microphone. Sorry, gramophone. So you know, and it's quite when you do see these patterns when they tend to end, especially after the E wave, because triangles normally work in 5 waves. They quite abruptly end, and you get very strong directional moves. Since the trend in a larger scale is still upwards, I still expect more upside potential on the indices. Whether over the very short term this pattern has ended, if it is the pattern I'm thinking it might be, I'm not sure. Obviously,
does it look like it's in a kind of? Sorry to interrupt. Does it look like it's in a kind of 4th wave position on the bigger swing? Would you call it? Typically, it should be like a 4th wave or something like that.
Yeah, you just got to bear with me on this platform. Yeah, I'm still getting used to it. But let's go to, let's say, a 4-hour time frame. I still think we're busy with a third. But quite often when you get a triangle, whether it's now expanding triangle or contracting or ascending or descending, whatever the case might be, I think this might be a 4th wave within the third still. If that makes sense. Just judging by this massive move that we've had, obviously after that heck of a decline to the upside.
It does look corrective. It does look corrective. I agree with you.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at this on a smaller time frame, it looks like the world's ending, but it's not. I mean, it's just actually a small drop in the bucket, right? It's not a big move whatsoever. So, did we see a 1 wave up here potentially, and then 1 of 3, 2 of 3, still very, very aggressive to the upside? Maybe a 3 of 3, 4 of 3, 5 of 3, then maybe a deeper one, and then maybe we get that 5th wave to take us above the all-time highs at a later stage. So that's what I'm thinking on the higher time frames. Let me just go back to the 5-minute there. You can see price, boom, straight back up. Obviously, like the numbers there, and we got about 9 minutes till the existing home sales come out. But that being said, I don't know if that pattern's over yet. I'm willing to still take a short, take a stab at it if I do get the setup to occur. But you might just have one of those runaway situations again, like we've had how many times during the sessions where you get like these V-shaped bottoms with one directional reversal, and there you go. All right, crude oil, and then I'll pass things back to you guys. Yeah, we've discussed crude oil, right? Looking here at the 30-minute, how it has shown what he's seen on the higher time frames. You and me discussed the descending triangle before the breakout, that possibility during our first sessions when we started this. So obviously that did occur, but I was actually thinking that we were dealing here with potentially an ABCX, ABC. So a double zigzag type of pattern that ended 2 days ago, and boom, straight down. Now we haven't taken out the low of, assuming this was corrective, just yet. So I'm still thinking that maybe today, tomorrow, unless price doesn't, starts skyrocketing to the upside here, that there is still a very good chance that price will at least pip that 60.03 level. Again, I'm looking at the CFD, so it might be different from
probably view them below that low.
For sure. So, assuming that it was a correction, price start moving lower, then one would assume at least a double bottom or break of it low, right? So price has not reached that yet. So it is a possibility that it might do that today on crude oil. Right, so that's what I'm looking at. As I mentioned, I'll potentially see where price is at in the next 7 minutes, mark out the first 30-minute opening range, and react accordingly. If price breaks out of that range, trades back straight into it very soon, actually, with a fair value gap back into the range, then I might take a short. Alternatively, if we just see price continues upwards, breaks out of its range to the upside, then I might see if I want to go long, if price retests the upside of the range. All right, so that's the plan, my side. How's your trade going there, Howard? Oh, Walter, sorry.
Yeah,
Howard.
Yeah,
both.
So yeah, Walter. Yeah, Walter, you go.
Mine is, they're both going well. So gold has now triggered as well. So let me just share on my screen again. There we go. So yeah, in both trades now. So this is so again, Bitcoin is still giving that nice rejection. So I'm just patiently waiting to see if price bullish order block. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if within the next the close of this 15 minutes candle, if the market pulls back up and like the next candle could then potentially we could see a continuation from there. So from the worst case scenario with gold is price would essentially purge. So price would potentially come down, purge this low, because again there is that 800 EMA sitting just below where price is. So I'm a bit cautious of that right now. I'm just monitoring this because price can simply give it a very aggressive move. Use this as an area of support, and then we could see a bounce back up into the range. So I'm fairly confident on the bullishness of gold in the short term. But one thing I'm just observing is to see where the price would hold at this bullish order block, and then because again that 30 minutes time frame is not bullish yet. Right, so right now I'm just taking this based on a bullish 15, as opposed to Bitcoin, where 15 had very clear bullishness, 30 had a very clear bullishness. So for this one, I'm a bit more relaxed. Whereas with gold, it's just a 15 minutes bullishness that I'm going off right now. Whereas if this plays off, then the next few moves on this should give us a break on the 30 minutes, where the market could then give a very strong close above this high. And that would confirm a new bullishness on the 30 minutes. And then from there, I'll simply be anticipating a continuation towards this equal high. So again, very, very strong move to the downside. I love to see strong moves like this. It shows that there's money in the market. So the question is, am I going to move? Is that money going to stop me out before it moves? Or is it going to take me along for the ride? And I guess we're going to find out in the next few minutes.
Awesome.
Yeah, seems to.
What about yourself, Howard? How's your trade coming along?
Yeah, on my stuff. So the dollar's a bit stronger, I guess, in line with a bit of a weaker gold. So we're moving a little bit away from my trigger levels. Let me share, but it ain't over yet. Let's just share that. So yes, straight into euro dollar. So we're seeing a bit of a stronger pullback, kind of extending the move to from the recent swing high. A lot of support down here, a lot of broken resistance that comes in here, sort of the 112.75, 112.80 kind of thing. We're sitting above that at the moment. So I think for me, I'm not trading euro dollar at this moment, but in an equivalent kind of thing to what I'm trying to do on sterling and dollar yen, I think should we start to break above 113.15, that would give me a bit of a trigger for an upside move on that one on an intraday basis. So going back to the ones I'm watching for potential trades, sterling is really holding up really well today. Euro sterling is falling out of bed. So for whatever reason, I think maybe I wonder if there was some. I didn't see it, but maybe there were some strong sterling numbers today. But it seems to be holding up by comparison. So cable is literally in the middle of this range, whereas euro dollar by comparison is down here. So I'm still looking for that. Once that bout of dollar buying is finished and we start to see a reversal of that, then this thing will lead the way, and we take out these highs and away we go. So I've still got my buy stops in above these highs, looking for an acceleration higher. But at the moment, it's not really on the cards. Maybe we'll see what happens after these numbers that are just hitting.
Okay.
Dollar yen is obviously moving a little bit away from my potential trigger. So again, a bit more dollar strength in the last 20 minutes or so. Maybe we're heading back up towards the Asian session high. That seems to be quite a stiff area of resistance up here. Previous support 144.10 or so, corrective high 144.40. So quite a strong area, I think, of resistance in this region. So yeah, still sitting there with the sell trigger below this minor reaction low. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't get it. Which brings us back to crude oil, where we are. It looks like we are kind of trying to gravitate towards the low so far. This kind of dead cat bounce here. So it's a bit of a bounce, bit of an upper shadow here, and it seems that we're trying to break down again. So maybe this is the start of the move that takes us through the support. So we'll see. But as I say, looking to add to my short position once we can break through this big level from a few days ago. So that's really where we are. So no new positions. Just still waiting to enter here.
Cool.
Yeah, so it looks like gold is now so like the worst case scenario has occurred. So price did, sorry, 1 second, just double check something on my end. Just make sure we're in line with this. Okay. Yeah, so price came back up. I know, so price came back down, purged that recent low, which again, like where the 30 minutes wasn't really aligned for me, I'm not really surprised that's happened. So now what I'm interested to see is if obviously we see that price spring back into the range over the next two candles. I want to see how this 30 minutes candle closes as well. So for example, like at the close of this candle, within the next 27 minutes, if it closes back into the range, then for me, that just gives me that sort of added confirmation that this could just simply be a purge of the low, and then the next move is coming up. So again, I would re-enter now, but I personally, I'm going to sit on my hands for now because this 800 EMA is sitting just below price, and I've seen this happen so many times where when price is close to the 800, it will sometimes just gravitate to what is and ping right on it, and immediately we see a very fast reaction to it in the opposite direction. So yeah, for now, I'm not going to just re-enter this. I'm just going to wait. Bitcoin is still in play, very much in play. It's traded back into that entry zone, and it's now sort of like bouncing around. So again, just curious to see how this plays out over the next few minutes, but I'll keep you guys updated.
Awesome.
Cool. Is it just want to have a little look at some of these things on a sort of a longer term basis, just to get an idea of where some of these key levels are on some of these markets. Just 1 second. So, okay. So I guess kicking it off with euro dollar, just to see where we are, bigger picture. So for me, still got this kind of bull market shaping up on the long term from 2022. Wave 1 up, wave 2 down, A, B, and C, and then up. I think we're in the kind of early stages of a third wave within this kind of acceleration phase from here. So last few weeks we've had a bit of a pullback from the swing high, but last week we saw that push lower, snap back up, weekly close in the top of the range with a long lower shadow. So that for me kind of confirmed the bottom of the correction. And this week so far we've taken out last week's high. So that's always a good sign if you're looking for continuation after a move like this. So for me, I think we're kind of in the early stages of the move which takes us through this high and to much higher levels. So playing the long side on euro dollar. On to cable, similar kind of idea there, where big picture, major low here back in 2022, wave one up, an A, B, C correction for wave two, and then here we are. We're kind of seeing the corrections are quite shallow, which one would expect when the market is really kind of third waving up. Shorter term, it got a little bit ahead of itself and kind of had a couple of rejections from the swing high, the B wave high. Last week it had a push lower, but again closed in the top end of its range, forming a long lower shadow on the weekly candle. And of course, this week we started to break higher. We broke through last week's high, and we're testing the recent swing high and the major high as well. So this is a really bullish looking market to me, just resuming its uptrend. I think it's just a matter of time before we can start to see this one push up well into the 135, 136 region. On to dollar yen. So dollar yen I've had as a topping process at the end of a very long kind of bull market, starting in 2011. So there's the major high, 161.95. First wave down, bases out around the reaction low, ABC correction for wave two, tops out below the swing high, and then we're starting to decline in what I think is the early stages again of the acceleration phase lower. As with the other two, we had a nice kind of reversal. Came in at this big support level on the reaction low and the swing low here, and then we had probably 2.5 weeks to the upside. But again, it broke the old swing low here, but it didn't close above it. So quite a nice upper shadow again, for me, signifying the likely end of the correction, and that the bears are coming back into the game. Again, this week we've broken through last week's low, and then we're just seeing a bit of chop at the moment. But for me, it's pretty clear that I think the sellers are really back in control after that little corrective bounce to the upside. So that's that one. Dollar Swiss, similar kind of idea there, where we were in quite a big a long-term trading range, quite a clear one at that, going back to late 2023. But eventually the thing broke to the downside in April. Big aggressive selling, settled below the bottom of the range again, closing, seeing weekly closes at or below the bottom of this trading range. So the bears are still in control. More kind of shorter term, again, like the other ones, corrective bounce, bullish engulfing at the bottom, and then a kind of a little correction higher. And then last week, that kind of long upper shadow closing the bottom end of its range, likely the end of the correction. And this week so far, some selling. The sellers come back into the game. So I think this thing is going to be heading down, making new lows for the downtrend. Any thoughts on the dollar macro picture, guys?
No, pretty clear. Yeah, I just don't know. This whole thing about, I mean, if on a DXY, for example, on your dollar index chart,
yeah,
you're still assuming that we might be heading low in a third wave, right? Sorry, I'm actually talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dollar index. Do you want to show it? I can't seem to get it on my one. If you want to show dollar index,
no, I don't have it on mine either. It's just a chart you were sharing a while back. My question is, would Trump allow? I don't know if it's in his hands. Like everyone's talking about the death of the dollar. If we're going to get that third wave decline, I mean, then the dollar's going to get really, really weak. I just don't know. It's danger signs for me in the American side of things if the dollar is going to weaken that much, if it's in some sort of a third wave decline. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. What sort of effects would this have on the US and so forth? I know I'm a bit off topic here, trading related. But
No, not at all. I mean, for me, obviously, this thing goes in big cycles, and from 2008 to 2022, we had a bull cycle for the US dollar, very long multi-year bull cycle. And if you go back, over the decades, it tends to do that. And I think that the bull cycle ended in 2022 and a bear cycle began. So I think there's a lot more years ahead of us of weaker dollar, just on a cyclical perspective, also on the structure of the move as well. And also, I like to throw in the politics as well, in that the dollar tends to fall under a Republican administration for whatever reason. If you look back since Nixon, I think Jimmy Carter was the one exception for the Democrats, where the dollar in the 70s just continued down. But since basically since Clinton came in, strong dollar Clinton, weak dollar Bush, Bush Jr., strong dollar Obama, weak dollar Trump 1, strong dollar Biden, and now weak dollar Trump 2. I don't know why, but that just seems to be a thing. We were talking about it on the live stream yesterday. That why would that be? Why do Republican administration see a weaker dollar? But maybe they like the idea of
correlation. Yeah, exactly. Correlation doesn't always mean causation. Well, also, I mean, a big part of that is just because of the economic cycle that happens between governments, right? Regardless of Republican or yeah. So it's like, for example, like Obama's fiscal measures promoted a stronger dollar, but then this was just generally a bad business period within the States. And right now, what Trump is really trying to promote is, of course, like industry. And he wants more businesses to be opened. He wants to attract larger flow of capital into the States. And that's easier to do when the dollar is a little bit weak. And also, like, I do see the Fed potentially reducing interest rates in the coming weeks ahead. And of course, with lower interest rates, that would even attract people to come and borrow the dollar at a low cost in order to open factories and manufacturing plants, so it's so like, yes, although the weaker dollar might look initially not positive, I do see a lot of good things coming out of it over the next few months ahead, that when Trump gets out of power and the next government kicks in, then we're going to see like the full economic effect of a lot of what's taking place today, and that's going to lead to a stronger dollar then. So that's the way I've seen things happening. So it's like, of course, like monetary policies takes time to be felt by the economy. And I do see, and I do believe, like, generally speaking, the Republicans have had good monetary policy. But the thing is, like, the next government usually feels the consequence of that. And then they make bad decisions, which the Republican government that comes in, they feel the consequence of the previous government's bad monetary policies. So that's the way I've seen, like, the correlation is sort of like taking shape, seems to have taken shape anyways.
No, it's it's very, very interesting stuff, really. I think the Republicans are typically perhaps a bit more pro-business, so they like the weaker dollar.
Yeah, they are
helping the exports and stimulation and all the rest of it, lower interest rates. So maybe that could be the underlying reason, that they tend to be easier on the on the finances, and to the detriment of the dollar. So and that kind of helps their cause. So. But no opinion one way or the other in terms of whether it's right or wrong. But for me, it's just it provides a good backdrop that the dollar should be falling, and it's supported by the technicals, in my opinion. So,
gotcha.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
You have the right to. We got a question there for you, Howard, from James.
That's it. Hi, James.
Good morning, Robert.
And Robert, hi, how you doing? So I draw my support and resistance lines from the tips of the wicks, and not the close of the candle, because just traditional kind of technical analysis, you draw trend lines from between highs and lows. So that's classical technical analysis. You'll typically draw a support line which connects support levels, and support levels are lows on the charts, resistance levels are highs on the charts. But there are many people that obviously draw trend lines and resistance lines and support lines through the price action. through connecting close to close or some other variation thereof. But for me, I'm a bit of a classic when it comes to trend lines. I like them to be going below the price action and above the price action. I hope that answers the question.
I think a lot of that also depends on what products you trade as well. So I think if you trade something that is exchange, like an exchange traded product, because with that one, you are going to get more accurate pricing on different feeds with the highs and the lows and the open and the close. But then if you trade Forex products where it's a bit more decentralized, so the different brokers are not going to have exactly the same highs and lows, but you should ideally see similar opens and closes. So that enables a bit more accuracy in analysis. So that's what I discovered. So it depends on what you're trading as well. But just bearing in mind that if you're looking at highs and lows, the highs and low prices are not the same across different feeds within Forex.
No, exactly. Sometimes, brokers we've got different spreads, and they'll trade at different prices, and there's no, it's not like you're looking at a futures chart or a stock chart. I guess the other answer to that question would be if you're a Dow theory enthusiast, then you're only using closing prices. So you'll be connecting your trend lines to to the closes.
Right, guys, not much happening. Well, there's some things happening here. Let me just add me to a stage here. So on the right here, you can see, I don't think you can't see my cursor, but we had a breakout of that range, and we had an engulfing pattern or candle, straight back into the range. So if we can get a fair value gap formed between that blue candle, this long ranging black candle, and the current candle, then I'll be willing to go short. Take a stab at this. It looks very scary. Again, I'm still thinking that that larger megaphone pattern might not be over just yet. But again, I'm just taking a very small trade here and see if we can get at least back into this range. See if I can do a 1 to 2 risk-reward ratio there. That being said, if I don't see a fair value
back into the range.
Sorry, it's like a fair value gap back into the range type of vibe. Then, if I don't get it, then there's no setup. So we still got about 3 minutes left on this current candle. Let's see how things go. How's your trade going, Walter?
Oh, it's good. It's still, price is still gallivanting around the entry price. Bitcoin trade is still around entry. So it's going good. I'll show you actually.
Do you still have it? Do you actually hold any Bitcoin in a wallet or something? Or you just trade?
In terms of the actual, no, I just trade.
Okay.
1 second, I'll just share. I mean, even like if someone were to let's say buy and hold it as an asset, it's still not a bad price to buy and hold it, because there are different projections for Bitcoin over the coming months. Some projections are Bitcoin is likely going to hit 250K by the end of the year. That's like a more sort of a general sentiment. And then on a much more longer time horizon of let's say within the next 5-10 years, there are people projecting Bitcoin will get to $1 million. So so it's like if you were to buy Bitcoin now at around 100K, or now it's sitting at 111K, and you were to hold it for the next 2 to 3 years and it gets to 500K, that's a really, really, you're gonna get some really good returns from that. So it's not a bad time to buy and hold. I just personally prefer trading.
I mean, you always hear those people, it's like, I've had so many Bitcoins and then price went to this and this, but try to hold that. I think if it hit 20,000, if you bought
and I think people sometimes take an investing mentality and have a trading mindset for investing, and it doesn't make any sense. These are two different ways of thinking. It's like if you're going to buy and hold, it should just be a buy. You're looking at selling or even asking when to sell. So whenever price drops, just buy, because in the long term, Bitcoin is bullish and has been bullish for a while. And I think when people panic when Bitcoin, for example, drops by let's say 10%, and they're like, "Oh no, it's a bearish market." It's not a bearish market. Just go on the weekly time frame. It's still a bullish market. You know, and if you're holding the assets, unless you sell, you know, your loss is impermanent, because if price was to go back up above your initial entry, you're going to be back in profit again. It's only if you're holding a leveraged position that you should have some sort of panic if the price goes against you, because then you could be easily liquidated.
All right, new candle started. I'm going short. Stop loss above this recent high. Fair value gap back into the range. And I will target a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio. Where's my risk-reward ratio on this platform? Got short there. Let me just get my cursor out here. Oh, that's very close to 2-to-1, would be almost at the bottom of that range again.
Do you have a minimum risk to reward that you typically aim for on your positions?
At least a 1 to 2.
At least the 1
and
to
if price
2,
gets to, let's say, 1 to 5, then I like to start trading, at least to break even. So I mean, it's been quite a few times where price gets like within a few ticks of your actual trade or your target, and then you get a reversal against you. So I mean, I'm not going to go sit and take a loss on the trade, and I think that's just a bit silly, especially if you're taking a you know, day trading or scalping type of mentality. So yeah, let's see. Right, guys.
And what's the rationale with where you're? With where are you currently in the trade right now?
Yeah, I'm in the trade right now.
Okay, that's good. Looks to be running nicely.
Well,
looks like hope. I mean, right now.
Let's hope so.
Right, you can't get excited over the first few ticks. You know, you have to.
It's always the hardest. First few minutes.
Yeah,
it's been frustrating this week for me because I got into trades and then, you know, price just all of a sudden starts running sideways, Murphy's Law. And then you sit there for like 30 minutes, sometimes 40 minutes, get stopped out, wicked out, and then you were right.
And then it runs.
But eventually, you know, get stopped out and then price went in a direction.
Yeah.
All right. So
I've got one which. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I've got one which looks like I was just looking at some of the other currency pairs, and dollar CAD looks like it's doing something a little bit different to some of the other dollar pairs. So I've just got a potential short in there. Obviously, for me the big picture is. Let me quickly
swap my screens for you.
Go for it. Go for it.
There you go, Walter. Oh, Howard. Sorry. What you looking at there?
Okay, so just
USD CAD.
Just quickly from the top, dollar Canada. Yep. So awesome. from the top, I think we've got a major high in place earlier this year. Wave 1 down, wave 2 up, wave 3 down, and then we've got this kind of choppy fourth wave type thing, or maybe it's even part of an extended third, which looks like it ended last week, as with the other dollar pairs. So that kind of push higher. Upper shadow, small real body, and then this week we started to break down. So that could well be the start of the next leg of this downtrend in the weekly chart. Also, we've got a lot of people that are trapped above this old resistance level from the big range. So there's a lot of people that it didn't base out when it eased back. We had this lower shadow. I think a lot of people thought that probably was the bottom of the correction, and then the next week it came down, and we're settling back underneath this old range high. So I think there are a lot of people that are trapped above that. So that's me kind of macro on that one, big picture. More shorter term on the daily. So obviously we've got this kind of developing downtrend from the swing high. So swing, correction, swing. And it looks to me like we had that kind of fake breakout to the downside there, followed by the kind of shakeout, maybe like an A, B, and a C possibly. irregular type thing. It topped out pretty close to the last congestion and previous support. So a nice place to expect the corrective bounce to stall. And then the last couple of days, we've seen a bit of selling pressure. So it seems to be a little bit decoupled from the other dollar pairs. So with regards to what I'm looking at now is on the shorter term. So we had that kind of topping process last few days. We've broken through, settled through, really turning the trend down on the short term. And it looks like we're kind of doing that retest of broken support in this region here. So I'm looking for the thing to probably chop, 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 and then turn around, and we'll see another big swing to the downside. So I'm just looking for the thing really to run out of steam, start breaking through some of these support levels on the intraday chart. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't do it today. But I'll be looking to enter short once we can start to break down through supports and stay down there basically. So just something additional that I'm looking at now.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me share mine again. There we go. Struggling a bit with this risk reward meter. But anyway.
Looking good.
I also just need to find a way to actually change the colors on these lines so they stand out a bit better. But a lot of work to do to the downside here. We got bullish fair value gaps. This one's already been validated, the one price is traded through. Okay. Right, sort of where I got short.
And what's the rationale behind where your target is at the low?
Just sort of targeting the low of that range, opening range. But it's slightly above the actual low of that range. I'm just aiming for 1 to 2.
Okay, so 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay.
Yeah. So price might be struggling through in this area at the moment. It is a bullish fair value gap, but I think if we do put below there, that's probably a good indication that price will continue lower. But that being said, not taking huge risk on a trade. Happy with the entry. Followed the rationale of the strategy, and let's see. Hopefully this can conclude by the time we end our session. Hopefully in positive territory.
Yeah.
You never know. You never know. Whatever, as long as it was a good trade in line with the plan, that's what matters.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, gold is about to give me that sort of second confirmation. So Bitcoin is running. It's sort of like in that nice area around my entry price. And it looks like it will, again, with this one, it will do what it's going to do, but when it moves, it moves. But yeah, so this moved exactly as anticipated. It came down, took out that low, now traded into the range. So I'm waiting for this candle to close within the next 1 minute, right? At the close of this 30 minutes candle, I will, this is an interesting one. I'm just going to take another look at this again, because
okay,
that 15 to, although I do see price trading back into towards its relative equal highs. 1 second, let's take a look at this on the 4. So 4 hours indicating bullishness, bearishness, and the 1 hour is pretty much the same, right? So although I'm seeing also this move is a potential break. Yeah, so right now, if price obviously closes back into the range, there's a likelihood we could see a rally continuation. So I'm just looking to trade in line with that higher time frame bullishness, but at the same time, I'm not ignoring the fact that there's this 800 EMA sort of like below where price is. If we look on the 5 minutes, right? The 5 minutes right now, price is sort of bouncing off the 800 on the 5. Right, so we're seeing this acting as a very nice area of support. Of course, there is, of course, the price action elements such as these relative equal lows around why price is also reacting around that area as well. So yeah, so I'm gonna take another entry attempt at this in the next few seconds with my entry. It will probably be just an instant execution. Stop goes below the low. And again, this time it's just going to be like a 1 to 2 towards above that relative equal high. So let me just get this set up in a second.
Yeah, getting a bit of stalling on the dollar as well. Looks like the dollar is stopping its or slowing down its little push higher. So that's I'm watching, particularly I'm watching sterling dollar for that breakout level a bit above the market.
Do you think it's I mean, what kind of, one second, let me just quickly take a stab at this. All right, so just execute that with, so again, just not looking to do anything crazy on this. The max position I can have on this is 0.6, which is still within my risk limit. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's funny how these kind of micro moves, you know, with the currencies and with the Bitcoin and gold seem to be linked. You get these phases where they kind of, you know, they'll have like an impulse together, and then
there is a correlated phase period. That's for sure. But I don't think they're always correlated. I think there are times when they're correlated, but there are also moments when they just do their own thing, regardless of whatever. And well, right now the market obviously is bullish for Bitcoin, bullish for gold in the short term, but in the longer term, I see Bitcoin being bullish and gold being semi-bearish.
Yeah, well, I think gold.
Are you in the trade now, Walter?
Yes, so I've taken that long, and now stop off is below the low. So just a 1 to 2 this time. So I'm gonna see how this plays out over the next few minutes. We've seen a very nice close actually for Bitcoin dollar. Very, very strong close, just above that entry price. So again, I do want to see a follow through on this, ideally in the next few minutes.
Yeah, sometimes takes multiple attempts, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Like I mean, if you could nail every trade in just one execution, this would be the easiest career in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, some positions you might need to fight for it. But yeah, I'm having a bit of ambiguity with the gold trade, to be honest with you. But despite that, is this a trade in line with my system? Absolutely. It's a 50 minutes to expansion, entry with an order block, continuation.
Nice.
All right. So Howard, you were saying about the breakout that you were looking for on the euro dollar.
On sterling dollar cable. So I'm trading that rather than euro dollar right now because sterling is holding up better than the euro. So I think that'll be the first one, along with maybe dollar yen. They'll be the first ones out of the traps, if you will. So looking at 134, 41, 42 as a trigger for the move higher. So just watching that. It's getting closer. Just thinking about it. But of course, it may stop just below the level and then ease back into the range. It's quite boring last several hours. So just keeping the eyeballs on it. It could kick off. What else is going on? Crude is bounced back a little bit. Still happy with that one.
I'll show you a chart there, Howard.
1 second. Let's see. Walter's back.
I am indeed. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's the cable one, the sterling dollar. So euro dollar by comparison is kind of down here and kind of struggling a little bit on the downside, but this one is kind of moving forward. So I think we get through these highs and then away we go. It could be one of those late bursts. But interesting how the pullbacks have held previous resistance on this thing. So this could be the kind of last leg of that pullback. But we'll see. We'll see. It could just just drift in, continue. Oh, back down, back up, back down, like that. But just getting ready to buy the breakout. This kind of thing. Once you get the end of the correction and the market goes, then you get that pop, which I think should take you up to 135. So that wouldn't be too bad to see that as a day trade. So yeah, still watching and waiting.
Nice. To our viewers, any questions, guys? We got about 10 minutes left before we have to close things down on our side. Robert, I see you here. I think I did say good morning. Did you take any trades today yet, Robert? I know Robert likes trading the NASDAQ.
I think this is a time when usually Robert says he has to head to work.
Yeah. Just a quick sneaky trade in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
My side, price did move lower. Like I mentioned, it's probably going to struggle within this. Could actually, in this fair value gap, bullish fair value gap. So would need to break that to the downside, obviously. But price has been hovering slightly below my entry level. Still short. Let's see. Robert says he took a long scalp on the Nazi. Nice. Nice. Yes, and he has to go to work. One day you can retire, Robert. Hopefully from trading. Yeah, guys, from my side.
Looks like we've lost Howard now.
Oh, is Howard gone?
I'm back.
Let me add him back.
Here we go.
There he is.
Just holding, and stock market just thinking about going down.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm fearful of this bullish fair value gap here. Been holding a bit of support. Let's see if we can get through it. It was a pretty weak breakout of that 30-minute range. I think if we can get below this fair value gap, I might reduce my stop loss, my risk a little bit more.
To break even, or just to eliminate it completely, or to reduce it slightly?
Yeah, it's always a difficult question. If too tight, you get stopped out, right? I'll probably go to break even, slightly above break even.
Okay.
Has your gold trade moved up?
It is moving up slowly and steadily. It hasn't yet broken outside of the order block, so I'm anticipating, just monitoring it now to see if the next 30 minutes kind of gives us a very strong close outside of the order block. If it does, then it's most likely going to keep flying. If it doesn't, then again, I'm still going to be a bit more hesitant on that position.
Okay. Robert says he started a new rule on his action account.
Only one good setup a day. If I get one, then I have my scalp account so I can trade still and have fun. Yeah, I think that's a very good rule.
Yeah.
I think sometimes you get itchy fingers, and it's good to have what I like to call my fun account. So it's like you have your proper accounts that you take your proper trades on. And then when you see something that you have itchy fingers on, and then you place it on your fun account. I think it's good practice.
Yeah, just don't bring the habits from the one to the other. Try to really keep them separate.
Exactly. You have to really segment that. Yeah. But I think like sometimes traders like struggle because they're always trying to control the itchy fingers and all this, all that. But it's like, look, if it's there, it's there. You can spend a long time trying to control it, or you can find a way to give it an outlet in a way that's safe, and in a way that doesn't get in the way of your actual trading.
Yeah, it's giving yourself too much rope, isn't it, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not much on my side yet.
Yeah, guys, I think we had quite a lot of action during the today's session, which is good from our side. Now it's just waiting, right? The waiting game, patience game.
Yeah, it's a waiting game 99% of the time.
Try to not overthink things. Oh no, it's not going to go my way. Let's pull it, and then directly afterwards it does go your way.
I mean, that's always, and I think sometimes people do that if they are over leveraged or over risk in a trade. But if you enter a trade with a good risk, and you've accepted your risk, you've accepted a potential loss, and you know the numbers in the long run, then it's like you should always take a trade. And yes, like even myself, sometimes I'll take a trade and be like, oh, I'm not sure about this, but as long as that trade has ticked all the boxes, I still let it run. But then if I do get stopped out, I'm not surprised. I'm not like, oh no, I was 100% confident this was going to happen. It's like every trade has a likelihood of not working out, and it's good to accept that.
Yeah. What did Mike Tyson say? Everyone's got a plan till you get punched in the face.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
That's a good one for trading.
Absolutely.
Everyone's got a plan until the market decides, nope, I will take your money.
So Robert says, thanks. You're welcome, Robert. Glad to hear I decided on the right thing. It felt like two different ways of trading was hurting them. Yeah, it's just as long as you can separate those two from each other. Just keep them separate.
Keep them separate, but the goal is to kill one whilst you feed the healthier one, right? So what I mean by that is, of course, like with day trading, when you do it long enough and you see the result of being able to trade over a 3 months period and the results that can get you, that gives me more patience in my day trading. That gives me more patience in handling losses in the short term, because I know that over time it will average out, and I've seen it happen so many times. I have the evidence for that. But then it's like, if you don't have that evidence and you're still sort of like trying to see how a week of losses can still lead to a profitable month, or a few days of like the market beating you up can lead to a very profitable quarter, right? If you're still going through that, then of course it's good to have that fun account on the side that helps you to like get outlets of that energy of wanting to take itchy trades. But then once you see the result of discipline, you keep feeding that, because in the long run, that's the kind of trader that you always want to step into. A trader that's disciplined, a trader that waits for the right opportunities, a trader that only pulls the trigger when the time is right. And your fund account, you should reserve it for only setups that you deem are your A-class, sort of like this setup has to work. And then you can use your fund account to maybe take a nice big trade on that. But obviously on your main account, you still take your normal size positions, regardless of how confident you are in that trade.
Yeah, it's that separation, isn't it? It's that separation, because there are so many things that you see on a chart that can draw you in, and it's staying disciplined, isn't it? Staying disciplined.
Yeah, exactly. Staying disciplined, building the right habits. I mean, there's someone that said something is, there's two beasts that lives in every one of us, and the question is, what beast are you feeding? Are you feeding the good beast, or are you feeding the bad beast? Right? That's the one that would have more of a hold on your behavior.
And knowing when the one's coming out and all going away,
Yeah, exactly. Every now and then the bad beast got to come out and play, but you got to put it in its place most of the time.
For sure.
Good. Good analogy.
Yeah. These guys, it's just up and down, up and down. Still looks like we got some downside pressure there. I'm hoping we can get a break of that fair value gap now.
Right. So gold is running and Bitcoin is teasing. That is just I know before we'll wrap up in a minute or so, but I'll just share my screen to show the final picture of this.
Should come up now. There we go.
Yeah, so gold is teasing. No, Bitcoin is teasing. It is just gravitated around that entry. I don't know what it's going to do. If it will fly, if it will come down and stop me out and then fly, or if it will hold its level until tomorrow, right? And then gold is running. So it's, again, I'm just going to see how this candle closes before I start getting excited. But this 15 minutes candle is giving a nice bullish close outside of the range.
Okay.
Now I'm curious to see where that 30 trade a little bit higher. So yeah, so this is running well. It's nice, not bad.
Nice.
And then Bitcoin is also doing not a bad job, but right now it definitely could be better. See how these two play out.
Yeah.
But that is the trading game. Execute and then sit on your hands.
Yeah. And I think Walter, you're saying literally you've got your view, and okay, you might get stopped out, but you've still got your view unless something material changes, and you're ready to go again.
Yeah. So that's it from my end. And I think I will give an update on this.
Yeah, same here. I'm also still in that trade. Price struggling at that fair value gap. I'll probably hold on it for a little bit longer. But we have reached the end of the session.
Okay.
Thanks so much for your contribution.
Just a very quick one for James.
Yeah,
I think he just popped up. I think we're talking about sterling dollar cable sitting on resistance. I think that the number of times that it's kind of traded up here, I think the next time it goes through, it goes through. So that's the reason I'm kind of I did a very similar one on gold the other day before I had that big upside break where it literally, all the bearish energy was out of the market and it was right to buy the breakout. So I think that's kind of what I'm looking to do there on sterling dollar cable.
Cool. Right. Awesome. James, Robert, thanks for the question, guys. Hope you have a lovely day. Howard, Walter, thank you for your contributions.
Good.
I'm only back on Monday again. Have a good one. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend, Richard. Walter. Take care, everybody.
Cheers, everyone.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All the best, guys. Bye-bye.
Hello, Paul. Hello,
Igor, good
Jannie.
to see you, my friend. Jannie,
Paul and Igor, my two favorite brothers from different mothers. How are you?
Excellent, my friend.
You good? Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I have to be honest. Paul just disappeared.
I'm
Where did
just
you go,
doing my
Paul?
hair, chill.
He's getting dressed.
Nobody needs
All
to
right.
see it.
No, I am just very disappointed in the pound US dollar today. I mean, I was hoping for at least ATR on the daily. With all the news events today, right? So it's Thursday.
Yeah.
Today was the big day. This whole week, and there was news on the pound this morning, which was positive for the pound. So the pound US dollar went down, and then the US the dollar news came out, and I'm like, all right, here it is. We're gonna get, because I got in. Let me just show you the trade I got into yesterday, Igor.
Yes, please.
Paul must be very tired of the pound US dollar. And I'm going to go through everything again today, Paul. No, I'm just joking. So I've managed to figure out how to place stop loss and take profits on this platform. So I'm learning this platform now. Do you know this platform, Igor?
No.
Okay. So yesterday we had this double bottom coming off a strong support level on the hourly time frame, right? This is the support level. I'll just show you here, right there. Okay. So on the 15-minute, we saw this bounce, and then that second bounce, and then a close above, and we still just it came pretty deep overnight, and then this morning we pushed up higher, close to where we entered yesterday, and this is where the pound news came out, right? This little spiky price condition here, that's when the US dollar news came out. Now I actually got into a trade in on my MetaTrader Hola Prime account, because I'm busy recording a video for that, but that's only when I use it, the only time I use it. But I'll just show you here. Right, so here is let me just go to the 1 hour time frame. If I zoom, okay, so you'll see, this is the wrong one. Okay, so on the 1 hour time frame, I marked the bodies of this low, okay, and also the lowest wick. So this to me was a zone. Usually I'll just mark like the highest point or the lowest point, but because of these wicks, I just like created this little zone there. And then when we got to that zone, we had this little impulse move. I call it an impulse move. There's a difference between an impulse move and price just moving higher. An impulse move is usually when you get a very strong reaction in the opposite direction, right? And it typically takes out a couple of candles, a few candles. In this case, it only took out these two and almost half of this one. So that was the impulse move. So you never take the trade on the impulse move. You wait for a pullback. And ideally, what I like to see is when you get that pullback, it makes a higher low, right? And then continues. So those are the best ones. But this one didn't give me the higher low, but it did come back to at least the support level there, right? So, and then I was just waiting for the first bullish candle and then a break above it. So that's the entry. And that's right at the bottom of today's low. That's like literally today's low. So now if you get an entry, a very good entry, and it moves immediately in your direction, or doesn't have to be immediately, but it moves in your direction before a news event, then you're in a very good position to leave the trade open and kind of absorb these spikes against you, right? But if you get into a position and it's a good entry and you just don't move away from it, and then the news event comes out, you're not in a good position, right? Because it can very easily just spike you out. So I feel that's basically what happened with this pound US dollar trade. Yesterday, when we got into this this double top formation, so that's the trade I took. Now, again, this is all overnight. Now, right here, this is when the pound US dollar news came out. Okay, so are you in a good position to move, to take any move against you? Well, in this case, the stop loss is pretty low. So this is just for a trade for the session, but what I'm trying to explain is the difference between where I entered. It moves in your direction, right? So when a news event comes out and it does go lower, you can absorb that spike against you, especially if your bias is bullish. But in this particular case, right before the news came out, we were pretty much where we entered. So it's not a good position or a good idea to be in the trade when you're pretty much at your entry level. I suppose it depends on where your stop loss is. The stop loss here is very wide, so that's okay. But does that make sense?
Yes.
Right. So right now we're just moving very, very slowly. So that's why I'm saying today is so frustrating, because with all that news event, I was hoping to get at least full daily R, and I know that's a bit of an ask, because on the weekly ATR, if you look at the weekly ATR, I think was 218 pips. Right, we have moved 208 pips for the week, so we already kind of maxed out on the weekly ATR. So, and I was aware of that, and I think Andre actually mentioned in the chat, yeah, we look a bit stretched. I'm like, yeah, we do, right? But because of all the confluences we have and the upcoming news events, I think we could get a push higher, because there's still room on the monthly ATR. Like there's more than 100 pips, 140 pips or something on the monthly ATR still. But we are stretched on the weekly, right? So, but I was hoping today to get the ATR and then a fade, right? Just a fade back into maybe, and tomorrow as well, just a bit of choppiness or whatever. But even with all that news events, nothing. Like, and I'm like, that's crazy. That's just crazy. So, but anyway, that's just part of trading, right? That just kind of happens. So, I think for this week, this level here is the year we pierce through. This is the week piercing through the weekly resistance area. I think the weekly resistance is actually over here. That's the weekly resistance. Let's see if I'm right. Just want to get okay. Yeah, you can you see it there? Okay, there. That's the weekly resistance. There, yeah. Okay. So if I go back there, hopefully we'll go and show okay. So that is the weekly resistance. So it's been touching it quite a few times and it's struggling, but we're also getting this downward slope, and we've got two touching points here. So are we going to get a retracement? I must say that the pound US dollar has been very, very tricky. It's been really tricky. We've had a number of patterns just that just keeps invalidating. We had this head and shoulders pattern. Remember the head and shoulders pattern with a close retest, beautiful, and then we got a bounce back to this diagonal line, and just came. I think this was maybe the 50% Fibonacci retracement level, and then we had it invalidated. Right. Then we had this head and shoulders pattern invalidated. We broke up and we fell short here. We broke down below it. Very, very difficult to trade here. Very difficult to trade here. And then we had that big push, and we broke the weekly high. And now you could argue, well, are we not forming another type of head and shoulders formation here? On the, well, not head and shoulders, but let me just zoom. Okay, not exactly head and shoulders, but you definitely get that downward slope there coming off the resistance, and that's the support level. So I am not going to be interested in this pound US dollar for the rest of the week. I mean, the week ends today anyway, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Today is weekend. My week
Really?
is from Yeah, my week is only from Monday to Thursdays.
I
But
would like your calendar.
yeah, but I do work weekends, usually on Fridays. But anyway, so yeah, so the pound US dollar is definitely now in a range. So we'll see if that the level I entered right at the bottom, if that's going to hold. But yeah, I think if the news event's not going to do anything, tomorrow is Friday, so maybe next week we'll get some clarity on, you know, whether this is going to break out or not. But on the longer time frames, for sure, it does look, and there's definitely more room for it to go up. There's definitely a lot more room for this for the pound US dollar to go up. But yeah, disappointed, very disappointed in today's move. And there's still time, I guess. I mean, there's still time, but I mean, you know, I mean, Igor, you'll know, you trade Forex, like the last 4 hours is just quiet, except for last night, actually. Did you watch the pound US dollar last night?
Yes, I watched everything, but I noticed something beautiful for my trading strategy the last night. And later I will show you that it's actually dollar index. So the dollar index making some correction, which is beautiful, because if you draw the relative strength index, it's a 45 degrees. And this is my favorite setups. And I will show you very soon. So please, when you finish, I will show that.
Okay. All right. So that's the pound US dollar. So for now, I kind of hope, but like Paul always says, no, I say hope is not a strategy. And Paul says, you do need a little bit of hope. So I'm going to go with Paul here. Yes. And I do hope the support level's going to hold. That is the low.
Am I that guy? Am I the hope guy? I thought I was the grumpy guy. Have a plan. Don't trade if you don't have a plan. Go away.
You're the grumpy man with a lot of hope. And I have hope for you.
People. Have hope.
All right. So that's the pound US dollar. We'll see how we end today. Gold, I had a bunch of, not these two lines. I had another line on here yesterday. I'm like, oh, what's that doing there? And I removed it, but it turned out it was actually quite an important line. It was this resistance area, yeah. Okay, so we came to that resistance and we rejected. And I didn't take this trade. But on the 1 hour time frame, just look at this beautiful, beautiful entry here on gold. Let me just zoom in here. There you can't even see it that nicely. Maybe if I do that, maybe even more. Let me make it fat and flat. There we go. See, beautiful engulfing candle. It's just really, really nice. And you could target, if you, again, I didn't take this trade, but when it breaks that low, stop loss obviously just above there, and then take profit at this low here. That would have been such a great trade. Unfortunately, I can't share that success story with you today. But for gold, I still want to wait for this this little pocket here, right, which is basically that diagonal line. Now I got to undo all the fatness. All right, there we go. So this third touch. Now whether we're going to get it, I don't know. Okay, but if it just moves without me, then okay. Well, but that is what I'm waiting for. Like if we can just get a somewhere in the zone, ideally it needs to touch there. Maybe that was the ultimate resistance, and we're never going to see that again. That would be very sad, but I'll get over it, you know, by towards just before Christmas. I'll be over it. So that is what I'm waiting for on gold. And then what's the other one? Oh, I like.
Okay. I don't like that sound, but I need to do that. Sorry.
That's okay. I see Bitcoin just continue to pierce through today. So it'd be interesting to see, Paul, how if that FICCI trade you showed yesterday, whether that broke out or not. But I can't find it on this.
Yeah, Floki did. It did.
Floki.
Yeah, it's
Floki.
gone. We'll talk about that, but yeah. So
I can't find that kind of stuff here. Floki. It just says no results. So
got to
it's
be
not
on
on this.
Forex. That's where it's at.
Is that? Do you have a different platform?
Yeah.
You have your own platform.
Well, no, I mean, I'm hardly an expert on the platforms, but you're obviously, you'll need to be on a different account to get the USD crypto pairs for sure. Yeah, AutoPrimex.
All right. Okay, so Bitcoin is just well, again today it just moved higher again. So if we can get a pullback to this level there, and it will be interesting to get your take on that, Paul. This is the 4-hour time frame. Maybe a pullback of here. Sorry, that's the 107,358. That's about $4,000, something like that. And see how price behaves there. Maybe we can get an entry there, but not. I don't know if it's going to do that. We'll see what happens. I'm not really interested in Bitcoin, to be honest with you. I haven't really watched it. I've placed 2 trades in the last 2 months on Bitcoin. Just 2. That's it. So yeah. And then I wanted to just show you here on where's the NASDAQ. Come on, NASDAQ. I'm pretty sure I marked it as a favorite. All right. Yeah. So this line, I drew this line a couple of days ago based on those 2 dojis and so on. I said, well, maybe NASDAQ is not going to go to all-time highs. We could get this divergence in price. And yesterday we had a very strong bearish candle. So that could be the case, right? We could be rejecting here and go to the support level, maybe get a bit of a bounce and then move lower. That's how I see it. I really see it that way. I don't think we're going to break highs, but I've been wrong before, so we could very well make all-time highs. But I personally am interested in this resistance level there and this support level there. That's when I'll start to pay attention to the charts and see if I can find some sort of opportunity. Maybe the bounce, I'll definitely be interested in some sort of bounce, and then to trade towards a diagonal line. Yeah. Can I extend this? Yeah. If we get a bounce, maybe to the diagonal line, and then a continuation to the downside. So yeah, but it did sell off very late yesterday. Very strong sell-off on the NASDAQ. So, and it broke that support as well. Today we kind of just trading off that support. So we'll see what happens there. But right now, this is also something I'm not focusing on for the longer term, or for the longer term trades, right? Like swing trading. So that's those are the markets I'm focusing on, and I just want to stress again, I'm very disappointed in the pound US dollar today. Very disappointed. So for now, that's it from me for now, and I'll just hand over to you, Igor, please.
Excellent. Thank you, Jannie. So I will just share first the calendar, then I will go a little bit more about this. So I was waiting this Thursday, and all these results are expected. Everything that we saw today is expected because I think that the manufacturing and services flash PMI suggests that the U.S. economy gained momentum, and we have the rise in input and output prices with the tariffs. So that, along with export weakness and employment softening, indicates that there is activity and inflationary pressures there. So these news I like to use as a strategy to enter on better position. So today, my goal is to enter to buy trade for British pound dollar and euro dollar. And I think that I accomplished that goal for today. And I will just show you first. Let me start to show you first the trades, and then I will discuss about everything. So the first thing that I want to show you is the trading platform, just to see my evil plan. So this will be just to find, this is the trading platform. Okay, so as you can see, right now I have 2 open positions, and I will add this one position is for British pound dollar. What I did, I waited all these news to set the price 1.34 to enter into position. I did that during the European session. Now I will move my stop loss to be break even. So there's no problem with this trade anymore. My US dollar Japanese yen is a positional trade. I can hold these weeks and weeks. This is not trading setup. It's more investment in US dollar Japanese yen, because I see the strength of the Japanese yen, and this is my long-term strategy. And now I will create one trade. I will make a buy order for euro dollar, and I will show you more about this. Maybe I be a little bit aggressive later. So my stop loss is 1.1240, just below the 50% of Fibonacci retracement if we watch last 10 days. And my take profit is, let me put some high price, but I will change that during the next sessions. So this is the major plan. Why I'm entering the both trades very similar, British pound dollar, euro dollar, is just because of the price. British pound dollar is the trade that doesn't exist because I'm break even right now. I can only make a profit and nothing more. And euro dollar should be the best trade. And now I will show you my evil plan, what I want to do, and what I see on the chart, which was beautiful. And I hope that you see my trading view chart.
Yeah.
Now this is it. Okay, so I saw yesterday that we are creating a bullish momentum for the correction, actually, for US dollar index. We have 1 touch, 2 touches, and this is the 45 degrees relative strength index trend line. This is beautiful. In the moment when we just break this trend line, the US dollar will accelerate down, and in that case, the euro dollar and British pound will accelerate up. So this was the good thing. However, just a few minutes ago, when you heard that my trades that I created, we reached psychological level 100, and we filled this gap that we had on the May 21. And after that, as you can see, price started to go down. Of course, I don't know will continue to go down. The best strategy is to wait to see the breakout of this trend line. However, I enter one early trade with a 30 pips risk, but later I can add more if I see this. This is the euro dollar, and euro dollar is beautiful, and this is beautiful thing. Look this relative strength index trend line. I will just show you how this beautiful. So nice. We have 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots, 4 dots, 5 dots. So very, very strong relative strength index trend line.
That's a lot of dots. Connected dots.
Yes, yeah. 45 degrees, beautiful. Believe me, when this breaks, usually we can see a beautiful push upside. Of course, I cannot say far away from that, but if that happens, it will be beautiful push upside, and we will again be in a bullish setup for euro dollar. So all these news that we had, very good news for US dollar and bad news for British pound dollar and euro dollar, actually is good to get a better levels, because I miss a lot of levels last few days when we had this bullish potential. And now the market gives me a chance to enter to the better positions. And of course, every single trade can go in different phase. But the good thing is, which give me a lot of confidence, is British pound dollar. Looks, US dollar index went more than 0.2% up. Euro dollar went, I think, almost 0.5% down. Everything is down. The British pound dollar holds. And if you see this, we can say that we are still in some kind of the bullish setup. It's a little bit messy, but we are.
Oh, yeah. No, it's definitely very bullish. Yeah.
We're holding about this support, green support, as you can see. And I'm so glad that I touched and made order at 1.34. So I catch that low today. I really watch charts, I think 4 or 5 hours without interruption, just wait. And I catch in some moment on multiple accounts that I manage. And this was the very good trade for me, because I feel that market can go really up. And with low level, it can be beautiful. And now we are really holding above 1.341. And I think that, of course, my entry point is around 1.34. On one account, I even touch 1.3395, which is really the lowest low that I catch today. But I think that effort will be payout for me. The most important thing right now that I'm watching is actually a dollar index, because all of this moves and everything that's happened is because of the US dollar index. And this is the first time when I'm entering more positions on euro dollar, just because the euro dollar has lower price right now than British pound dollar, which really holds. And I'm waiting to see. Maybe we will see the breakout during this session, maybe not on the US dollar index. But I think that the bias should be the bearish side for US dollar index. I will just go to the daily chart. As you can see, today day is not over, so this can be anything here. And on the weekly time frame, as you can see, this week is really bearish. So I just want to wait and see. We don't have anything fundamental that can push dollars so high. I watch few news about Donald Trump and some debate related to the tax and something, but nothing of this can really push the market something special. And I think that fundamentally nothing can interrupt except that someone or big institutional traders can pick the side and move the market in some way which we cannot impact anything. The good thing is this hour, so we have almost half hour. You can see this. Maybe we are forming a bearish 1 hour engulfing pattern. So I would like to see here bearish engulfing pattern. We are moving down, and this is very important moment for today. If we continue like this, maybe in a couple hours we can break this trend line, and then everything will be different. Everything will be, the market structure and everything will change. And this is something that I watch. The good thing is my trade for euro dollar is pushing higher right now. I know that only a few minutes passed, but just show in 1 minute chart how that looks like. Look, this push. This push is just in the moment when I started almost to talk. So really good push for 1 minute chart. And if you see, for example, I know this is the too low time frame, but every single big trend starting like this. First on the 1 minute chart, you make a great push, and then you see the steady push upside like this. So I just entered in this moment when we were on the low, at 1.1270. And I catch that low because that low was the moment when we reached psychological level 100 for the US dollar index. So this soon maybe I will make for a couple of trades. I will move my stop loss. For other, I will pick 30 pips stop loss. So I will try to manage that a little bit smart because I entered a little bit risky trades in some accounts. I'm sometimes aggressive, and when I'm too aggressive, one of my strategies is if I see that market is against me, I just reduce couple trades, and couple of them I just stay with a 30 pips stop loss. But some of them I reduce my my position size because usually I don't matter about small losses. And I think that money management strategy can be very good. And now, just to back on I will go with the futures just because of the volume. Okay, now we are here. So I just want to tell something, a few things relating to the British pound dollar and these movements that we had. So early in the morning, I tried a couple of short trades because we really had a bearish bias during the Euro session. Let me just show you this. This is the maybe line when I was really active in that bearish setup. But as you can see how time is passing, we're a little go higher with the British pound dollar, which is good. And now I think that we can push really, really higher. One thing that I want to mention here is that sometimes using the relative strength index indicator, I can see a bigger trend, really, really bigger trends I can see on the chart. For example, I can go to the 4-hour chart. Let me just give you that example, just for the British pound dollar. I can go to the 4-hour chart and I can see the low on the May 12th. Then I can go to the 30-minute chart. I can zoom out and I can realize that really there was a huge low there, and I can create a trend line. And this trend line going like this. And in the moment when we break that trend line like this trend line is nothing for me anymore. I don't track it anymore. And this is the usually way how I'm doing, because sometimes I have a multiple trend lines on relative strength index indicator. But in the moment when the price breaks that trend line, I remove that trend lines, adding new ones, and that always I have some kind of the bias. But the good thing is when you zoom out the 30-minute chart, you can feel the bias from the 4-hour chart, because you can watch 10-day span and draw trend lines, and you can watch last 2 days and draw trend lines. And in this way, I can protect myself to keep a focus, because Jannie, you're a lot of times you're very your tip to watch the 4-hour chart is very, very important, because sometimes when I watch the market a lot of hours and try to find a good setup, good price levels, and watch 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 minute, I forget to one more time to look 4-hour chart, because very often we need to see the bigger picture. And sometimes when we trade a lot, we forget that. I know it's 10 seconds, but sometimes we need to look a bigger picture. And when I go, for example, on a 4-hour chart,
thanks, Igor. I'm gonna take out that clip and make it my ringtone. I'm gonna make it my ringtone.
Yes, but you're absolutely right, because when you go a bigger picture like this, this is the 4-hour chart, and I don't have a doubt here. British pound dollar is bullish. Maybe this price will fluctuate 20 pips up, down, but I don't need to lose my focus there. And the same thing should be for the euro dollar too. For example, like this, even that we got a really huge pullback here, and this push is really, really hard. If we watch a 4-hour chart, this is still bullish. This is still bullish. And this is very, very important. Even I can go here on 4-hour chart, I can draw a trend line, just a moment, which sometimes looks like we broke everything and the trend is different and everything. Sometimes we need to wait because the 4-hour is a big time frame. Sometimes this is why I do not draw a trend line sell out from the 4-hour chart, because I draw, and after 3 hours price structure changes a lot, and relative strength index indicator will repaint because it uses the close prices, and maybe the close price of the euro dollar in after 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever time frame we are using will be here, and everything will change, the whole picture. So this is why I avoid on 4-hour chart and using only 30-minute or 1-hour chart. But I need to watch the chart overall. So this is the one of the things that is interesting for me. And now what I have, just to see what's happened here with okay, this is the futures market. So I was confused why this price we have here. So there is a difference between the futures and the Forex market. The price is a little bit different, but the bias and everything is almost the same. But I like this when I see on the futures market. So okay, we'll see about that. So what I'm watching too, I'm watching gold too, not for trading, because today we had a lot of reports, US dollar and everything, and I just want to see what's happened here. Are there any big push or something? But for me, it's a little bit dangerous to trade gold right now. I don't feel the price. There's no momentum, good momentum for me, and so I'm past. I just watch gold on this. I think I have better levels on this 2 levels actually. This support is interesting for me, so maybe I would buy if we touch this support here, but nothing right now for this. And the thing that I'm watching, and this is just to give for the traders that watch for this session for the maybe first time. I have a long-term trade in the US dollar Japanese yen. As you can see, I have this was the first target we reached. I will remove this. Like this. I will remove this trend line, and I will go to the daily chart. So we're a little bit bullish today just because of the US dollar index, but it's nothing. What I want to see is, I will go to weekly again. I want to see the push to 105. This is the big trade. I know that this looks like silly when we watch right now this chart, but as you can see, the US dollar Japanese yen, I think that that the trend that is last several years is changing, really changing. First push downside we had July last year. It was the huge bank intervention. It was artificial, completely artificial. They make intervention in the market. They made whole this push down. Then the market started one more again. But this push is natural. This push is from the real traders, not Bank of Japan. And we can see the weakness. And like I said, based on the reports, inflation reports for Japanese yen are really, really increased every single month. And I think that we will have a couple interest rate increase maybe in this year, which will change, completely shift here. because the plan for US dollar is to reduce interest rate. The plan for the Japanese bank is to increase interest rate. And this is the just the example from the book. And I think in the long term, really long term, we can see the bearish bias for US dollar, Japanese yen. But the only thing is, can I afford to be so long bearish? Because if the price start to go up, I will need to close my trade, because we are all trading with leverage, and we cannot gamble with this. But for position traders, I think this setup is very, very interesting. And now what I'm watching, and wait, the comment from Paul is the Bitcoin, because now whole internet is talking. This is the ultimate high from the Bitcoin. Today is the big day. Everything will change, and etc. I know that I just remember a couple weeks when we talk about 93,000 level, and when we was skeptical, can Bitcoin push higher or not? Where is the bullish bearish invalidation point? And now we're watching this huge push. So Paul, I would like that now you talk a little bit about cryptos, about Bitcoin, and tell, are there any coin that is exploding right now in the crypto market?
I'm sure there is somewhere, for sure. Whether I've got my eyes in it, I'm not 100% sure. I can't check 10,000 coins every day. Hi, James. Good to see you. But thanks.
Hey, James.
Igor. Great.
I just want to because before you kind of get your whole session, I just quickly want to show one additional confluence on the pound US dollar, and then I'm done. It's going to be like 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Igor, if you can just stop sharing your screen, please. I can see it. You did?
Yes, okay. Yes. I'm faster than your brain.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. All right, so so I just wanted to show this one additional confluence on the 4-hour time frame. This diagonal line here. So this is now the third touch. I'm just saying I'm disappointed. I'm still very, very bullish. I'm just like, I just expected with all the news events today, a daily ATR. I would have loved to just get out of the damn trade today. Do you understand what I mean? But
yes,
yeah, yes. But that's it. But we are getting that's a very bullish candle coming off this diagonal line. So this is in addition to all the other confluences I spoke about anyway for this entire week, and everything that you've mentioned today, Igor. So yeah, but definitely the pound US dollar bullish. I just my only thing again is this, just the weekly ATR is a bit maxed out. So hopefully tomorrow we can get somewhere close to that high, or even break it. I don't know, but there's no news events tomorrow, is there?
I think nothing special tomorrow.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to add that to everything we've said about the pound US dollar. That's it. Hello, Robert. Nice to see you, mate.
Yeah, there's not much news tomorrow. We've got UK retail sales, US new home sales, US FOMC financial stability report. I'm not quite sure what that is, tentative. So, okay. Yeah. So I'm the exact opposite of what Igor was describing in terms of enthusiasm with regard to Bitcoin breaking all-time highs, because in my experience, it's just a chaotic time to be trading. And it's not that it's like, oh no, everything's terrible. It's not about that. It's when you're tussling with these levels, it's just, you've got people, retail running around trying to grab Bitcoin, coming up at stupid levels, right? No disrespect to people, but hey, come on, I was there too, right? Just chasing the green. And then so what we might see over the next couple of days is just some bonkers volatility. And it's difficult to trade, because if you think, we'll look at some charts in a second, but if you think about, you're looking for a Bitcoin long trade, right? And you've got let's take Pepe, right? Who's given some good trading setups over the last few weeks. It's had its move, so it's gone up, and now it's here. right? And if the broader context, based on because of all the selling activity over the last year or so, 6 months or so, it is essentially now at a point where it's up against resistance again, and you'd expect a bit of a pullback. But people will jump in, seeing Bitcoin breaking all-time highs, and be like, right, Pepe's going to the moon. But think about what Bitcoin's going to do. What is the likelihood of Bitcoin continuing to go up over the next few weeks without a retrace? It's pretty low. So therefore, we need to wait for structure in order to trade off. And because of the, it's going to be left, right, and center. If Bitcoin pumps from now, more people will try and chase it, and it's just going to cause chaos in the market. So I just tend to just sit there like this and just wait for it to all play out. But let's just try and make sense of it, because of course that's why we're here. So, and please, gentlemen, jump in, because so just touch base with XRP before we go, before I start, excuse me. So this trade is still in play, and if I switch over, nice profit coming in on this one. So far this is playing out, all good. Just waiting for it to hit my take profit. No reason to exit the trade at the moment, as again, if you're assessing your trade, you're looking for bullish or bearish signals. And even though I'm just glancing at this very basic price action, ascending triangle, I can see a higher high compared to this, so I'm happy to stay in it. And then when you switch to the more detailed chart, I've got all of this before my stop loss has any chance of being hit. Now I'm sure XRP will just dip down now with the crash just to show me up, but nonetheless, as long as this line holds, I'm staying in the trade, which is easy, right? And this is what we're trying to look for. We're looking for easy trades, at least easy trades to manage, not easy trades as in easy profit, but this is a straightforward trade. If we're above this yellow line, I'm in my trade. If it breaks below, I look to get out. That's it. And it's just a joy to trade. This was Floki before we get back into Bitcoin. Now we're looking at this setup yesterday, and this is what played out. So this was I had a small position on this, very small. I jumped in on another exchange just at the end of the session. So this is essentially the end of our session yesterday. And we identified this is a fantastic setup. This is an A setup because we've got this kind of I would like to say monstrous, but it's really a beautiful joining between this triangle and this descending channel. And let's see what happens. And if I can hit play, and this is what happened. Really straightforward. Nice little retest on the 50, and then up we go. Clean, pretty straightforward. And the reason why I would have been very comfortable coming in where, if I didn't come in here, I came in here. I think I came in about this area, right? But coming in at the 50, lots of support here. So you can see this whole area is, you're fine to come in here because you've got lots of support, all these bits of bobs, plus this golden cross. And then away we go. Really straightforward trade. But what I've been noticing is, of course, that a lot of people at the moment are forcing trades. A lot of my students, which are fantastic, are forcing trades because of the fervor around Bitcoin. And for me, I'm like, I'm going to trade a setup which is good. So XRP, great setup. Floki, great setup. I'm waiting for these, and if I don't see these, I'm not trading them. But this is done, and we're out of that. So Bitcoin's bearish divergence has been invalidated by this move higher. Well, okay, you could do this, and you could be really cute and be like, well, it's still in play, but I'm going to say that it's not, and we can invalidate that for now. I think it's important to recognize that it has been invalidated, principally speaking. So that clears the way for Bitcoin. And this is just a nothing chart, the 15-minute. This is kind of where we were yesterday during the live stream. Then we had, obviously, some pretty serious selling activity, but we've recovered, which is really, really bullish. Now the question is, where's the best entrance? Where is the best entrance for Bitcoin? And if we look at the 12-hour chart, you can see potentially the chaos which is about to ensue with this golden cross happening and the price action poking its head above this pattern. I just want to check it's just, yeah, there it is. Now, if you get price action breaking out of a pattern against probabilities, and of course a rising wedge, like narrowing wedge like this has 70 to 80% chance of a break. If you get a break to the upside now, we could be going straight to 125, right? Just straight up, because typically in crypto we go parabolic. So we need to watch for that. And you might think, well, why are you complaining about that? Well, I'm complaining because it's difficult to trade that when you've got patterns breaking out against probabilities. And if Bitcoin does that, if Bitcoin does do something like this, right? Then how am I trading this, right? I mean, where am I looking to enter a long trade, right? And then where am I entering a short trade? Because everything's bullish and we've just had a golden cross. It's like, huh? What am I supposed to do? So what we really want to see, and you'll notice I've identified this kind of little area as, you know, and this is obviously a little bit of a steep pullback, but not in comparison to where we were a few days ago. So I really like to see just chill out Bitcoin, come down here, do something like this. And obviously 100K, that is the first line in the sand right now in play to trade off, right? 100K, this is the only level to trade off right now for a long, okay? Now you're going to have, if this pumps up, you're going to have things moving, right? But are you going to be able to catch it? Are you going to have the entrance? Are you going to have the confluence you want? No, probably not, which is again why I'm grumpy and I'm not going to be trading much over the next few days because of this. And you may not have gone through a cycle, but I have, and I know what it's like. So you've got to be very, very cautious, especially when everyone's getting really heated. So 100K, splash of cold water, you're looking for Bitcoin to retrace there for your standard kind of entry confluence with an altcoin setup, which has a long. So you want to set up at the moment, which has a bit of room to come back. Floki has that for sure, right? But the XRP setup is essentially if Bitcoin stays around this area and then just drifts higher. And obviously XRP has just launched its CME stuff, so that's got a lot of love at the moment as well. So I'm kind of trading that with a bit of news behind it, because I think it made 19 billion on its one-day CME debut a couple of days ago, which beat Solana's launch. So there's a lot of good news, but other than that, you got to be really straightforward. This is kind of the area you're looking for, and ideally this is the pullback we want. This is the pullback, because if you look, and you just got to think basic TA, just in these moments, forget what's going on X or what people are tweeting about or what the noise is. Trust me, they don't know what they're talking about, right? Now, this, we broke out above the one day, haven't had a retest. We haven't had it. We haven't even had a retest of this support level yet, right? So this is what I want to see. I want us to come back down here, and then we've got something to play with, or we've got something to trade off, right? But right now, my advice for everybody would be just to just chill a little bit. And you've obviously got fibs. We can discover where the price is going. We've got the 1.272 at about 120K overhead. We could hit that first before a retrace, and that's 78K back here, just for perspective. So when I'm talking about a retrace to 100 or 95 or 90, that's nothing. It's perfectly normal, right? A deeper retrace to 79K, 80 is still on the cards, but that's the deal. But I've got this blank chart, right? And I just want us to look at it for a moment, right? And let's just see if we can see something which we're missing because of all the excitement. Oh, look, we are missing something. There it is. So where is the price actually maybe going to stop, right? So you're looking for some trading lines. Look at the weekly, about 115K, might start to get a rejection, really straightforward. And if we just draw one on the other side, you know, we've got this kind of forming. So, you know, always multiple perspectives when you're trying to figure out what's going on. But if you're thinking Bitcoin could reverse soon, well, you might be right. And again, Bitcoin daily. So we could come up to 125. But again, where do you want to be for a trade? I don't want to be a trade up here. And the higher this goes, the more likely it's a house of cards and it's going to come crashing down. So you just know when to come in. And again, look, here you go. So right now, if you're really super bullish and you think Bitcoin's never coming back down to this area, then you've also got all-time highs at 109, which you can trade off. But, you know, as we've already established, we've got all of these levels, which are much more fruitful to come in at. And you can see people having that idea. So, you know, what are you doing? And if you see this pattern, I'll just draw it on again. You guys, if you saw this pattern, right, on any setup, would you enter here?
Definitely not.
Exactly, right? You just definitely not. The problem is in crypto, if you imagine 7 or 8 cheerleaders behind me right now, all chanting, Bitcoin to the moon, Bitcoin to the moon.
Oh, I thought they were chanting for you. Chanting for you. Paul. Oh, Bitcoin. Oh, okay.
No, but the point is that I'm a human being and I'm hearing it. And if I start playing like Eye of the Tiger when I'm trading, I'm going to get pumped up, right? And I'm going to start making mistakes, right? You know, so this is my advice to everybody is, could Bitcoin pump up from here? Sure, right? But is it tradable? Not really. So be patient, enjoy the fervor. This is good, right? And just pay attention to what's happening in the rest of the market. So if we look at total 3 versus Bitcoin in terms of the money flow, right? Bitcoin is still outpacing total the altcoin market, because obviously we're in the floor. We're still in the floor. Now, does that mean the altcoin market isn't growing now? No, because look, this is total 3 without its pairing with BTC, and we are in an uptrend now, finally, which means the altcoin market is growing. It is moving now with Bitcoin, but it's not moving fast enough, right? Bitcoin is going too fast. And what we want to see is Bitcoin to retrace, this to break out to the upside, and then we get some more consistent altcoin action, and then Bitcoin dominance, if I can find it, will then find its way downwards. If I can, there you go. So, and then Bitcoin dominance, as it's starting to do now, will hopefully come back and then give us some more trading. But this is good altcoin long trading. This is a hesitant market for obvious reasons, right? And why is it hesitant? Because good traders know that these cheerleaders are trying to mess with me, right? They're trying to mess with my world, right? They're trying to knock me off my game and make me think things which don't exist. So it's very, very important just to be chill right now. And if you see an A setup, go for it. But you need to realize what Bitcoin could do. And this is what we might be dealing with over the next few weeks, right? And that's very difficult to trade. And but we do need more structure. And that's the key thing, like with anything. Wait for more structure. Ignore the cheerleaders. Just, can you just get out of my house? Just go, right? That's what you want to do. All right.
I thought you just spoke to someone. All right. Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah. No, great advice. No, the thing about the pumped up thing, that's also the reason why when you had a very good trade, you really need to just step away for a couple of days. You need to just calm down, because in that state, it's a very dangerous state to be in. You can very easily just take a couple of more trades and just give it all back. Very easily. Exactly.
Yeah. And look, I mean, let's just run down some of the setups which we've been looking at. So everything's moving, right? But if you notice, right, if you think about what Bitcoin's doing, right, we've got higher highs, right, versus, surpassing previous higher highs. The altcoin price action isn't obviously the market is doing that, but you're seeing the altcoins, we've had this run, but they're hesitant now, so we're putting in lower highs, right, which makes the thing go, hang on, what's happening, right? So trying to look at this trade now and come in at any level seems a little bit challenging, because like, what's the market going to do? And it's a bit all over the place. And again, look, we're coming up here, but this is where I want to be at, right? I might feel that, oh, my Bitcoin's going to the moon, H-bar's not coming back down here, but that's the trap, isn't it? That's the mistake, right? If H-bar carries on, you miss your trade. Fine, you live to fight another day. But if H-bar comes back, you get the good entrance. Wait for it. Always wait for it. GMX, again, we had this breakout, we've come back in, and now look, we're trying again, but it's weak. It's weak because of the hesitation. Bitcoin's too high, right? We need Bitcoin to come down. Same with CFX. Look, same deal, right? Same deal. AVAX, which we were talking about, that's had a nice bounce for sure. But again, we're not coming up here, right? And again, look, same pattern, very different, very hesitant. So wait for these areas. These areas are still in play. If you see a price action in a range, you want to, for a long, you want to be at the bottom of it, right? But you can't short this either, because Bitcoin's so bullish, right? So this is the game, and this is the problem at the moment. SHIB, again, am I going to buy this right now? No, I'm waiting for this pocket because I am in control. Move, again, we said that the plan for Move was, if we break out in this range, we try and buy the bottom, and then we work off from there. Now, if you think that Move is the market is too bullish, and you don't think you're going to get a full retrace to the bottom of this range, which would be sensible, do what I've done. Create another range here, and then wait for that, right? Just because this may not be reached doesn't mean this is where you want to come in. Right? It just means work back from here, find a better entrance. And then this is still where I want to look in, at this range. And this is the game, waiting game. Comp, again, I'm not going to buy it here, hasn't broken out. I'm going to wait for here. If it breaks out, I'm going to do the same. And look, the RSI is giving us a nice signal, right? And it could front run a move up from here. But that is something I'm not going to do, because Bitcoin is like on the 90th floor right now, and I need the elevator to come down. And the only reason why XRP is I'm sticking in is because it's got some really bullish news. It's just done launched futures, and this is a rock solid line to trade off, right? So I'm only trading A setups, and you should be all looking for the same. I mean, Igor, would you look to come in with this order block with these guys? Would you look to come in here now, knowing what I've just said?
No, I would like
Full
to
margin.
make. I would like to see retrace, but just to ask you, Paul, what is your price level for that zone of retrace of the Bitcoin, which you are looking for, that is interesting for buying?
100K for sure, but there's multiple areas. So 100K for sure, right? I mean, if you're looking at a retest of all-time highs. It's as we talked about previously, right? If Bitcoin, with any kind of breakout, right, you ideally want it to come up a couple of levels first, right? Which would mean Bitcoin needs to do something like that. And then I would be like, yeah, okay, because then it's got a sizable retrace coming in at the previous all-time highs for the SR flip. That makes sense to me. But it doesn't make sense when it's like, is anyone out here with me? I'm not trading that. So the last local support was 100K. So that's the first line in the sand to pay attention to. But given the fact that this pattern hasn't broken since the middle of April, I'm thinking more that, you know, we'll see something maybe like this, or that's ideally what we want to see, come in with confluence here in this area, and that would be an ideal. But that doesn't mean you can't trade positions here. You can enter a long setup, presuming there'll be a bounce from here, and it's manageable because you're at the bottom of a range, and whatever Bitcoin does, you know, you've got options. But if you're coming in here because you're chasing it, you've got no options, and it's more likely just to do this. And even if you do catch this move out of probabilities, like, that ain't going to end good. It's not going to end good, right? For sure. Yeah. So 100K, first line in the sand for long trading confluence for altcoin setups. But this area, I think, would be pretty ideal, but not sure if we're going to see it. But that's between about 97 and 94. So a little range here. We can probably tighten it up. But yeah, that's the best answer I've got for that right now. But
all right, Robert, have I said hi to you? Hi, Robert. James has a question for you, Igor. He's looking at gold on the 4 hour, and yeah, I'm sure you can read the rest. So,
yeah,
I don't know if you just
see the bearish channel. Can you look that on the 4 hour chart? Okay, no problem. I will go to the gold futures maybe, just because of the volumes. Like this. Okay. Okay, so nothing special with volume here, just to see some price levels here. I'll go to the normal gold chart. Sorry. Okay, so I don't see nothing special here. Really, I don't see nothing special here. I'm watching the gold. This bearish channel that you watch looks pretty, but I don't know if I see the weakness of the US dollar index that I'm watching, then maybe the gold can push higher. So just because of that, I'm avoid trading gold right now. So the only thing that can happen, gold can be great option for trading to keep this bearish channel and sell gold if we see that the US dollar index is closing above 100 level. And if the US dollar index recover totally and start to go up or something like that, then that can be interesting for me to watch that gold and bearish channel and movement downside. But I think that a lot of things we need to watch related to the US dollar index. One of the things I just put VWAP on the chart. I'm watching this VWAP price. So if we see, for example, that scenario, that in that case we see the weakness of the US dollar index and the gold start to go up, the first thing that I want to see is break of this VWAP. And then if I see the early close and break of this VWAP, then maybe I can see the bullish bias there. But contrary, I really don't have any clue here what can happen and where we can go right now. But related to the price levels, if you watch the price levels, of course, this area here at $3,228, around that level, can be interesting target for bearish ones. However, if you want to see the breakout of this bearish move, in that case, I would like to see this high from the I think it was the May 5, May 7. But of course, it's a little bit tricky to trade right now. I would like, my strategy is, like I said, just to watch the US dollar index, because on US dollar index, I want to see, will we break this trend line, or we will continue to go higher above 100 level. So this is the only thing that I watch, and that will impact not just on Forex major pairs, that will impact for sure, and for gold. So I'm watching really carefully this. So when I think a little bit this precious metals, and like we see the Bitcoin, and we can see the stock market, everything is pushing higher right now. Everything is correlated, of course. In that case, if we see maybe more weakness at dollar and all these assets start to go up, maybe in gold can go really up, and in that case, everything can shift and we can see the new highs for gold. So it's really important to watch the US dollar index. I think that will give you the whole bias here.
Amen. Thank you, Igor. Hope that answers your question, James. Robert says, day one of going forward on my main cash account. Oh, you've got a main cash account? Like, do you mean, was that like a no? What do you mean by that? Is that like a no leverage account? Probably not. Or just your personal account and not a prop firm account. And prop firm account that I want to pass. Okay. I'm tired. Okay. One trade a day if the setup is there. Yeah, absolutely. If the setup is there, that's just what Paul spoke about. You have to wait for those really good opportunities. And if you don't get them, you don't trade. The race will be my fund scalp accounts. Be careful with fund scalp accounts. You can pick up bad habits. Okay. Just don't have fund scalp accounts. Go to the casino if you want to have fun. Go to the casino. You can have a drink, and they play some music and all of that. But don't have fun trading accounts. It's really not a good idea. I know we've joked about that before on the live stream, but it's like if you do that, then you need to really like embed this really hardcore way of this is how I trade. You strictly wait for the good setups, and it's gonna be difficult for you to do that if you have fun accounts. Right? It's not a good idea, in my opinion. But I don't know what you guys think of that. What do you guys think of that?
Everything put on red on roulette.
Yeah.
This is the good thing.
Yeah.
For gambling, yes.
The car keys. Put the car keys on red. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, the thing is, right, it's so you get people who paper trade, you get all kinds of stuff, and it's like when you're doing that, you're not trading for real, obviously, because and you're missing significant components, because everyone can back test and say, well, if I'd entered here, it would have gone up here, right? But it's the execution is an emotional thing. And, you know, when you're doing it, playing with real capital, you know, it's your emotions you need to control. And when you're playing around, you don't get that practice. And therefore, right, you may get some confidence, you may get some other things, but unchecked confidence is a recipe for disaster. And therefore, you know, it's the emotional context of trading. And you should be trading a demo account, even when you're practicing, as if you're trading with 50K, right? You have to think that way emotionally, right? You must do that, because we've all been like, well, it's just a couple of $100. It didn't go well, therefore I'm not going to pay attention to it, and I'm going to, oh, whatever, right? I can't be bothered to move my stop loss. But then the bad practice I've just had with that trade, because I didn't think it mattered monetary, is going to burn me with the next trade when it matters, right? And that's the thing. So I completely agree. It would be like gambling. So definitely don't do that.
Yeah, and well, Robert also said, I won my trade this morning and it really did make it easy. I know there will be no trade and losing dates, but I'll have to fight that emotional battle then. Yes, right, there will be days where there will be no setups. That's correct, and you'll lose a couple as well. But yeah, so if you read your own two last messages, Robert, so the one talks about fun accounts, the other one is like, I need to take it seriously. So there's a little bit of a conflict there. Just don't focus on the really, really good setups. I'm sure you have a good idea of what a really good setup looks like. You just gotta have that little inner battle with yourself to make yourself only take those trades. And it is a battle, right? Because it's that you're fighting all sorts of things. Because trading is like you almost go against human nature, if that makes, you go against what you instinctively want to do. So it's a very tough inner battle that you're gonna have to conquer.
Yeah, I mean, right? Ask yourself this, right? Ask yourself, I mean, I'm trying to think of examples of cyborgs or androids in pop culture. So imagine you're Lieutenant Commander Data from Star Trek, right? Say you're that, right? He will be a pro trader. He will make all the money. He will take all the money. But give him 10 minutes and he will just absorb all the capital from the market, because he is trading with no emotions and just a logical brain. Simple as that, right? And we do need to be the paradox. We need to be humans trying not to be human when we're trading, as the human part is what always messes us up. Always. Logic doesn't mess us up. Emotions do. So definitely the human condition is the challenge to overcome as traders. And we're not trying to suggest we want everyone to lose their humanity just in order to get that beach house, but there is a compromise of sorts to a degree.
Yeah. James, I'm not sure if you're still watching. Do you have any other questions for Robert? Just feel free to ask, or anybody else watching, if you have any questions here on YouTube. We can only see the questions here on the YouTube channel. Igor, I think you wanted to say something.
Yes, I just apologize. A few minutes ago, I was joking a little bit about roulette, but about just to say a little bit that. So because people talk about serious stuff, scalping is a strategy too. I know a lot of people that use scalping, but I even met some guys that's successful there. But the problem is you should be so organized and have really strict, and it's very, very tough. And for me, I really tested a lot of algorithms. If you pick just a quarter daily average range, for example, if we push market for euro dollar, British pound on 100 pips, pick 25 pips as a stop loss, just that. And do not scalp more than that. So that will be your stop loss. Just pick your bias, and you will see how your trading will be much better. Because in that case, if you risk one and try to achieve $1, in that case, if you risk 25% of daily 35% daily average range, you will see that you will be more than 50% of the time right. And if you try better risk-reward ratio, you'll be around 50%, and you will have really good balance. So believe me, every single month I watch the best months, and my best months I had a rate around 45 to 50% of the winning rate, and my average stop loss was around 25% of daily average range. And I think that strategy really helps me in that. And I hope that if you just avoid scalping, that can be your edge. So scalping can be really dangerous, because our brain is always try to recover the losses. Even you say to yourself, I will not do that, your mind will do that, because we are humans. We're fighting for food last million years, and we're fighting to recover everything that we lost. And this is in our brain, and it's very tough. It's very tough. I know it's so hard to reduce your position size when you make a loss. This is one of the toughest thing that I need to do, and it's against my human brain in that moment. But I need to do that. I need to reduce position size sometimes. I need to accept the loss. And when you do scalping, it's very harder than usual. So this is why I think in today's sessions can be really good thing. If you're a scalper right now, just go into intraday sessions, and I think that you will be really profitable whatever you trade. So this is my humble opinion, but
great advice.
Just to share my opinion, nothing more.
Great advice.
Yeah, but it is true, Igor. The emotions is it's super powerful. Or we spoke about this before, right? It's like, and you make all decisions is based on emotions, like everything. Like when you buy something, you think it's no, I need that. No, it's everything you do is based on emotion. So it is difficult. But if you can just attach a good emotion to waiting for those setups and get a massive satisfaction out of that, then you're gonna chase that. There's
a short. There's loads of shorts of me on Honor Prime X, and okay, not all of them. Not all of them. Go on, Jannie, go for it.
and loads of posters of yourself all over the house.
I assure you, I hate that. I hate when I first started working for Honor Prime, I'm like, can you send me a photo? I'm like, I don't have one. Right?
Exactly the same. Exactly the same.
I don't have one. So then I went and did I spent a whole day, and I then sent them 40 photos of me doing stuff like, you see all the thumbnails. That was my handiwork. But there is a short which I did a couple of days ago, which just happened to turn out quite well in terms of the message, which was talking about this. And there will also be a podcast, which I think will be on Honor Prime X, which I did with Lara, one of our new coaches, last week, which will be discussing stuff like this. As we should be talking more about it. Essentially, we should be.
Yeah.
There is one question from Robert. Igor, yeah, that's where I fail scalping. I will kill the scalping if I would lose in control when I start talking losses. Hence, my cash account and prop account are going to intraday with one setup. Yes, I understand that you're talking about. So whatever you do, just make a plan, and it's most important thing to stop chase the price sometimes, which is very hard when you're scalping. But if you do that, just make some rules, even that you can risk tolerance to be smaller or something. So some rules and some really discipline can really help you whatever you do. So I understand some people like scalping. So if you find a way to be good in that, okay, but it's very important just to stop. That should not be a gambling, and there is a very low limit between the gambling and scalping sometimes. And if you find a way to avoid that, I will say you bravo.
Yeah. Do you know, what do you guys think of this? Like, when as a new candle is busy forming, and it looks like it's breaking out, or that a lot of people chase that. They chase like, oh, it's moving, I'm getting in. Like, what do you think would have happened if you can't see the price as the new candle is forming? You can only see the candle once that time frame has ended. So at the end of every 15 minutes, there's your candle. And now you're going to make a decision on that. You see what I mean? And now you're going to wait. And now you're going to wait another 15 minutes to see what the end result of that candle was. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, we've got enough problems trading without you introducing new concepts. What would you like?
It's not folded. Well, that will never happen.
I mean, but
it's like
there is an interesting point. I think underneath what you're saying, there's like the noise is a distraction. And
yeah, look at backtesting. Look at backtesting. When you do backtesting, you click the button and it shows you the next candle. It doesn't show you the formation of the candle or how it would unfold it. It just shows there's the next candle. There's the next candle. Like, oh, look at that, But as price unfolds in front of you, people have a very difficult time to reproduce what they got during the backtesting. It's a different ball game when price unfolds in front of you, right? Yeah. It's much easier to go back and say, oh wow, look how beautiful it touched that support level and just bounced off that resistance level. But at the time, while that's busy happening, you go, yeah, but it could push through. Look at this, and look at this trend line, and look at this and that. And do you see what I mean?
It's why it's important to not chase, right? It's more important to look at a chart. Where are the buyers? Where are the sellers? And then work back from there, right? And obviously, if you and then just like this is the ideal place for a trade to be good, for good risk management, for control. That's where I want it to be, and let it come to you. It doesn't always happen, right? But that's the game. That's why we're sitting here kind of like, well, I'm waiting for this to come into play. I'm waiting for this to come into play, right?
Yeah.
And retail don't know that concept. Retail is like, well, someone told me to go and buy cookie, so I'm going to go buy cookie. I'm not even going to look at the chart, right? So these basic things which we do, right, they're not like genius level stuff, right? It's just be patient, right? That's all it is. Be patient.
Yeah. But how many cookies did you buy?
Over my lifetime, too many.
No, the coin. Did you buy? No, you didn't buy it, right?
I'm not trading cookie. I'm sorry.
Okay,
that's all right. Last one.
No, I know you're focusing on obviously the setups that are in play, and that's what you typically discuss. But I was just out of curiosity that that one coin that just completely failed. Did that
recover? Back to that again? I thought we'd moved on.
No, I'm just like I can't get over it.
You want to look at it?
I'm just curious because of Bitcoin's big move to making new highs. I'm just curious whether that ever recovered or not.
What was it called? What was it? Where's Lola when you need her? What was it called? Oh, I can't remember.
Is it Sol?
No, it wasn't Sol. It had two names. I can't remember either. I can't remember either of them. I can't remember. Let me see if I can't remember to figure it out.
Just look in your account history. Look for the big loss.
I wasn't trading it. I mean, whatever. I mean, I was just shorting it. Let's have a look. Whatever. See if I can. I can't remember the name. Where is our friends? Just so there's Cookie, Jasmine, Move, Cookie, ZK. Everyone's like, what are you doing, Paul? Is it Om? Was it Om? It was Om. Yeah, it was Om. It was Mantra. There you go. I've got it. Let me share it. It's not doing anything, but let's have a look. Damn you for making me bring that out again.
I'm just curious. Like I need to get the OLIP Prime X platform because I would like to have a look at those coins. Then maybe I can like maybe
people just tuning in. This is the move.
Okay, it doesn't.
That's the move. All right. Okay, and obviously You know, I mean, I was. So it's a range trade.
That is what you call. I call that at the time the pension wiper. I mean, you dead if you go long right before that drop.
Well, one would have hoped you would have been stopped out, right?
What, like, can you, like, I think I did ask, I can't remember if you did answer or if I even asked the question, but how quickly did that drop? Was it a few minutes?
Right, because this was a short, because if you look, there was a short setup on this line, right, which I proposed.
Yeah.
But it was, look, other commentators would be like, look at this amazing short trade I gave everyone. It was 100% in 2 nanoseconds. I'm the boss. But the reality is that it was untradeable, completely untradeable. This is the 5-minute chart. If I can try and get that to work, I guess I can't. So I should have done that. 30 minutes. Let's try and find. Oh, I'm completely out of the. Here we go. Where it? So here we go. So 15-minute. Oh, stop! What? Yeah. Trading view.
Oh, that's the 5-minute, right?
I've been, so this is the 5-minute, 15-minute. Let's try and get into the 5-minute without trading view.
Okay, it does that. All right, that's okay.
No, we'll come. No, let's do it properly. Let's just. I'll just prove the point. Here we go. So
there we go.
You know, here we go. So it was. I mean, look at that candle body close, and then it just took off exactly where it left off, right? And then this was your only option to short the retest of this, but you would have had 5 minutes to do it, right? 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I just think you, if you were in a long there, you just won't be able to get out. You just,
yeah, well, the long setup played, but yeah, you would be stuck. But I mean, look, this is crypto. It happens. I mean, this wasn't good. It was unusual for sure, but there's always something doing something like this. But you know, but as we talked about, it's an opportunity, right? You want to be a crypto. Look for the opportunity, right? We've started to get a bit more structure. There's a base has been formed, right? All you need to see is a higher high, and then you got something to trade, right? But we haven't got that, so you know, forget about it for now. But yeah, it needs a bit more time, I think, to recover from that Everest fall.
Yeah, that's it. That's just
needs some Sherpa support.
Such a huge move. I mean, if you're on the right side of that, then early Christmas. But if not, no. I mean, that's pure torture. I can imagine. Well, that is such. That's a was that like a 90% drop?
Yeah, something? That happens all the time. That's nothing, right? You have a black swan event, and you'll have altcoins putting in 90 to 100% losses. You see it happen all the time, right? It's just perfectly par for the course in crypto, which is why you guys are all about. Oh, I had a great trade. I had like 1.5 pips. It's made my life. For me, it's a little bit different proposition. I'm dealing with slightly bigger swings.
1.5 pips. Yeah, it was
life-changing money.
He said we deal with more stable currencies like Bitcoin will probably. We spoke about this before, but Paul, do you reckon once Bitcoin does get to what it's really worth, whether that's the $1 million mark or whatever, then it's going to start to trade like a proper currency, more stable and like up 100 pips. And then you're also going to be in the pip zone, unless you still focus on altcoins, which you probably will because you don't trade Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah, it's one scenario. The best possible prediction I've got, and again, you know, you really need an economist to get in on this, or maybe Howard. It would be the next few years. We'll probably see cycle busting change. Volatility, extreme volatility, as mainstream, as institutions, you know, have some of their options expire, and they have some of their first kind of take profits for the ETFs, which launched a couple of years ago, and we might have some pretty serious swings. So we could see we're up to 250k, then a run back down to 100, then a run up to 300. We might see stuff like that, right? Until things eventually settle down. But it's going to take a long time for Bitcoin to shake off its inherent nature because of it. I've got to get this right. Deflationary. I keep saying de-inflationary. I've been looking past, and I keep saying it's deflationary. So because it's a deflationary asset, it's difficult to predict what it's going to be like. So I think we're going to have the gains, but maybe the next few years, the next cycle will be very volatile and very difficult to predict because we've got no historical precedent because of institutional adoption. And then we may arrive at a point in 15 years' time where Bitcoin tickers you see on CNN all the time, and it's pretty much the same from day to day and moving a lot slower in its 4-year cycle. But that's my best guess. But honestly, it's anyone's game right now. And if the world markets fall, then it's a different proposition completely, right? We could all be buying everything with Bitcoin in a few years' time if things go the way they look like they're going. So,
yeah, well, that keeps it interesting, and that keeps us busy. So anyway, we came to the end of the session now. So James, Robert, everybody else watching, thanks for watching. Igor, Paul, it was great to see you guys today. Have a great evening.
It was great. Thank you, Robert, for everything.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Igor. See you, Jannie. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello, Michael. Michael, can you hear me?
Hey, hey.
Hey, how you doing?
I am awesome.
Good to hear, good to hear. Just waiting on Aymane. He should be here any second, hopefully. And then we can get going. Oh,
Nice.
Aymane's popped in. Let me add him to stage. Aymane!
Hello.
How are
Hey,
you?
what's up?
I'm good. And you, Coach Sam, Michael, how are you doing? How was
Very
your
good.
trading?
Another day in paradise.
Oh, you had a
Y'all
good
see
one.
This Bitcoin finally, well, it was okay. I'm actually still in these trades. I'll show them in a second. But you guys see this Bitcoin and broke out all-time highs again.
Oh, did it?
Yep.
Oh, man, I gotta have a look.
Yep.
Sadly, I didn't trade at all today, but we'll get in. I'll get in a few scalps, hopefully, or a scalp, hopefully, today during the
Nice.
session. How about you, Aymane? How was your trading day?
My trading day was bad. So
Bad.
I took back-to-back stop losses, two stops. I didn't see even green, like the PNL. It wasn't green even. So back-to-back
Damn.
stop, and I said this is one of those days. You don't just you feel it. So
Yeah.
enter
happens.
the first trade, and straight away stop. Wait a little bit and enter second trade. Straight away stop. Not even one point in profit.
Damn.
And
Well,
then just yeah.
At least you know when you get stopped out and it's quick. You know, you're not waiting an hour or two to get stopped out. Like you get in and you're just wrong. It's not that bad. You know, the worst is when it's like you're kind of right and it's going your way and then it does something and stops you. That's when you're really, you know, like
you know, Sam,
That's when
the way I scalp, sometimes it's tough even because it's just 10-second trade. Like you enter, get stopped out straight away. So it's tough, but it was a lot of lessons learned, because especially if you are, this is for traders who trade funded accounts, for example, and they are, let's say, in good profit. So sometimes you forgot what bring you, let's say, to this amount of profit. So for me, like, it's base hits, and because I was, let's say, in a winning streak, and I think I took a little bit more confidence than normal, and yeah, but it's important to keep respecting to the T your trading plan, because yes, it's a skill how to manage drawdown, but also to manage when you are in profit, also to get the payout. So
That's true.
yeah,
That's
absolutely.
true.
Absolutely.
You got to go in with that, because it can easily turn around. And like you said, you know, don't ever forget what got you here, right? Like moving stops, trading right, high probability setups, you know, taking some partials if need be, following your trading plan. You know, it's what got you the profits. And when you want to roll, sometimes you kind of forget that.
Yeah, I don't know for you coaches, but for me, like, it's more tougher to handle when you are in a good profit. Like, let's say you are up 3, 4, 5K. For me, it's there is more work to do than when you are in drawdown. I don't know what you think, coaches, about that. Like,
Yeah, no, I agree. It's always more painful. But this is it. I mean, look, getting stopped out is part of the game. You just have to come to terms with it. And there's always going to be that one day, maybe once a month, that really just keeps you up at night because you think, damn it, you know, everything just goes wrong, or you're just not on form for some reason. Like, I've had days where, you know, I'd enter a trade wrong. All right, but okay, enter another trade wrong. And I'm just like, what's going on? Enter the last trade wrong. And you're like, I don't know, man. And you're wrong, like, to the point where, like you said, you're never even in profit. Like, you're wrong. Like, if you just did the exact opposite, you'd be the best trader in the world that day. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know. Those days happen, and yeah, there's nothing you can do really to protect yourself from that. Sometimes you're just not on form. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's weird. Can't quite explain it.
No, it's definitely one of those things where, you know, it's almost black swan type of events, because it's like, man, this never happens, or I'm so surprised that happened. And sure enough, it'll get you sometimes. But like you said, the most important thing is to don't start messing up now, right? Like, this is what got you here.
Yep.
It's working. Don't change up nothing. You know, if anything, you might want to scale down slightly, but don't change anything yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would recommend if you're a prop trader, obviously, you know, to pass the challenge, you got to hit like 10%, right? Which is fine. But then once you've passed, don't even aim for 10% anymore. Just aim for like 3-4%. Keep it really relaxed. Say you got a 100K account, treat it like it's 25K or half it, or like 50K, and never even get close to, like, you know, the rules where you could potentially break it. Never even get close to it.
Exactly.
Then
when you get
sorry,
when you get when you get the you pass the challenge or the evaluation, you get the accounts, you have to decrease the size, because the goal now is to make your first payout, because you done the work, you passed the challenge, so now you have to make the payouts. And for me, in my opinion, like, what gets me payouts, it's just don't think about this, the whole, let's say, a big trade which will give you, let's say, straight away 10% or straight away 5%.
Yeah.
Think about it like base hits. Okay.
Yeah.
Just this trade, take, for example, 1 to 2, 1 to 1.5, or 1 to 2.5, and then that's it. And
excuse me,
like, stay in this mindset of base hits. I'm sitting, executing, in, out, done, in, out, done. And once, like, you build this momentum of sit, in, out, done, it's different feeling. So maybe like you enter in different mode. Let's say you change the identity of you are sitting and just losing, or yes, because you know what you are doing. You sit, base hits, done, profitable day. So yeah, but
I've actually never had real success with like 5, 8, 9% bangers like one trade. That has never ever in my entire career happened. Like, never. They've all come from all funded accounts that I've ever gotten, challenges I've ever passed, have all come from base hits. Literally all of them. Whether it's, you know, I'm taking partials and I'm breaking even, you know, with a small quarter, half, 0.75, 1% on trades. Some of them will be, you know, a little bit over 1%, 1.5%, 2% maybe. Every now and then I'll get, you know, a 2.5% trade, but it's all come from base hits. Like, I've never hit anything over 8% on one trade. Like, never. Yeah, I haven't even been fortunate enough to be in one of those monster trades where, you know, it just tanked or went all the way up, and it's like, oh, I made 6% on that. I have never been in one of those trades. Never, not once.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
like,
go on.
Please,
go on.
Sam.
I mean, I
just.
Right, you go.
No. Please.
Okay. You know what? I forgot what I was going to say. It's cool. Go on. You go.
No, just to add on what Michael said about the base hits, because like if you take a trade where you gain, let's say, 5 times more, 6 times more, like how many times you lost to get this trade of, let's say, risk reward to 6, or this home run trade, let's say. And the thing about when you trade a prop firm, like, you have a drawdown, so it can sometimes miss you if you went too much low, or like close to the maximum drawdown. So for me, like, what gets me all the payouts I got is just the mindset, like Michael said, it's just base hits. And those partial, that's, I know Sam, he's not a big fan of partials and break even, but those partials, like, sometimes when it accumulates, like, you see a big difference, because it help you a lot to when you take 0.25% plus 10 times, this is a 3-4% extra. So yeah.
No, 1,000,000%, 1,000,000%. You're absolutely right. Like, that's why, you know, I mean, you guys all know I never wait. I never let it hit my take profit, like very rarely. And that's because it's still more profitable to get out when I sense something's not right or see something's not right. Don't wait for the retracement. Try get out nice and early. Just secure that money and just have a higher percentage win rate. It's more profitable than, at least for me, it's more profitable than like waiting to you know, have like these really big targets. Like I know occasionally, like in the last few week or two or whatever, I had like ridiculous targets. Do you know what I mean?
But when it's trending,
yeah, like, but even I've said, like, I'm never gonna actually hit that target. Like, it might go to it eventually, but no way in hell do I ever hold to that. You know, it's just
like having a good win rate to help your psychology also. And when you are also in a prop account, like adding those days, those winning days. So when you have a winning rate or winning day of, let's say 60-70%, it's much better than having a 40 or 30% win rates. And yes, maybe your risk reward is good or bad. So definitely I am big fan of win rates. I was before when I was trading SMC and those stop losses small and take profit to the sky. For me, at least, it didn't work. So but for me, like those SMC strategies with small stop and big take profits, for me, I trade this for 1.5 years, and I was like, nah.
Yeah, because what they don't show you is they cherry pick the trades that are absolute monsters. Do you know what I mean? If I go through like my yearly or trading history and then cherry pick the best trades, I can make it look like, look at that. I can make it look like, but that's not every day. That's not even every week or every month. Do you know what I mean? These are like so far and few between that you have those monster trades where it's just like, I smashed it. Like, oh my God. But you can't let that get to your head, because if you let that get to your head, you think the next trade is going to perform like that.
Thank you. Yes, and exactly.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It just never
It'll have your whole mindset all toe up because you're thinking that this is going to happen and it doesn't. And that's just something I think that comes with the experience, right? Like, yeah, it might happen for once, twice, maybe a week, maybe a few weeks, maybe even a month. But long term, that is not how it works. Not how it works.
Like Sam said, sometimes you have those big trades. But for example, sorry if someone from the audience trade SMC, but
it's not that there's anything wrong with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, just the mindset behind it. Because when I was trading SMC, first thing I do after the analysis, when I put this risk reward tool, I put stop like this, and let's check the next weekly high or next. So yeah, but just for me, it's more like of a win rate. It's better to have a good win rate than a high risk reward, and you get stopped out 10-20 times, and then you get this let's say home run trade, and you don't know if you took partials, it ruin your risk to reward. So it's not anymore 10 because you took partials. So it's, let's say 3 or 4. So it's not anymore 10.
Yeah.
Robert said, my 2 years of high win rate scalps were all base hit wins. I didn't care about taking big wins, just quick in and out wins. Exactly. I found that's my profitable. I'm most profitable when, like, if I'm trading, and it's hard to explain, but like even if you just look, like if you trade like a set amount, right, like a set lot size on one instrument, obviously different instruments. This camera is killing me, man.
Yeah, it's about to zoom. If you can't ever get a zip, Sam, it's gonna zoom right into your zip.
I can sort it out. All I gotta do is, oh no, that's as low as it'll go, and then just lean back.
We need to see the logo, Sam.
That's true. I can't have the logo not in frame. Ugh. All right, let's figure this out. You guys, oh, there we go. Cool.
Oh, okay.
All right. Sorted.
Yeah, definitely, Robert. Like base hits, at least for us, are the key. And yeah.
Take it as it comes. Like if you're trading a standard lot size, whatever it might be across like one pair, you kind of have like a figure in mind already where you know, oh, that's a good amount of money for this pair, for this lot size. Like, I can't tell you because obviously every strategy is different, but like say a standard lot on, I don't know, pound US dollar, if you hit like $150 or something, that's not bad. It's like 15 pips or so, right? So like that would be kind of where the moment you hit that, start looking at potentially, you know, like if it starts retracing, just get the hell out of your money, because it moves in legs, the market, and it always does, right? It very rarely does it just shoot up or shoot down. Like I know we had that yesterday, but it just doesn't stop, right? Very rarely. It usually has like a 25 pip move up, 10 pip move. I mean, I'm just making these pips up right now. It depends on the pair. 10 pip move retracement, and then another 25 up or whatever, right? If you're already up 25 pips, then it's probably not going to go much further. So just take your money off the table. Do you know what I mean? Secure that cash.
And especially if it's your first trade for the day. This is actually how we trade. I had to build this buffer, especially in the scalping accounts. I have to build a buffer for the day. So for today, when I get like straight away 2 stop loss without even 1 pip like in profits, like I didn't have any buffer to risk more. So I just knew this is one of the days. So if like I think Robert, he's scalping in some accounts also. The way I see it, Robert, is I have to build a small buffer, let's say $200, $300, let's say first trade, and then I can trade with house money, let's say, for the day. So
and you're absolutely right. The first trade of the day is very important, I find, as well, because if you hit a loss, all right, doesn't mean necessarily you have to stop trading right there and then. Depends how many hours left, if opportunities there. But you could make that worse. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
You might be
your
on
psychology. Yeah, your psychology. And the worst thing you can do, say you've just lost $200, right, on your first trade. The last thing you should be doing is when you get in again, is set your take profit to be over $200 to make back that loss, because that trade might not hit $200, but you could probably get 130 out of it, and then it's not that bad, that initial loss. Do you know what I mean? Or like, take what the market gives you. Don't assume that, okay, I'm down $200, I have to make $200 right now.
Thank you.
Because you could be up 100 and it starts reversing on you, and then you get stopped out. Now you're down $300. Do you see what I mean? And it just gets worse and worse and worse. And take what the market gives you, man.
Yeah. And we talk a lot about being in the zone. So when you are in the zone, trust me, even you are down, you are not checking the PNL. So if the markets gave you 130, like Sam said, you will take it. Even the first trade, you lost 200 because you are in the zone. You are making decision based on what you see. But when you are not in the zone, you are more of, I lost 200. No, I need 250. So this is like you are trading your PNL, not the chart. So
yeah, that's it. Don't perfect. You're trading your PNL, not the chart. I love that. You should write that down. That's the quote of the day, I think. That's amazing. I love that. That's a really good quote. But should we actually look at some charts? The camera wanted to show Sam's pecs after his bench press session. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to work out recently. Can't say, you know.
Hilarious.
But
sweet. I'll jump in. I got a little bit going on today. Not too much. Let me see here. So let's start out with this.
Right.
I'll come back to this. I just wanted to start out with this Bitcoin. Just first off, this thing has been monster. And it's just hilarious to me because, as I mentioned, I always remember I took this trade for a buy on April 21st. It was literally a month and a day ago. And this thing has been up ever since. Yeah, you would have held this thing for a whole month, but the pattern, the move was there. It literally just took out these highs today, right? Or yesterday, something like that. So bomb setup. right? Ever since 5,200 cross, long. This was so predicted. I'm just not I'm not a position trader where I can hold trades for a month. I just can't do that. You'd have been paying swap every day on this trade and hope that it didn't gap down over the weekend. This one would have, yeah, you'd have been paying something for this, but you would have been up. Hopefully, you know, you would have had a decent position on here. You can have been up pretty decent at this point. So I think this is hilarious. Nothing is funnier than seeing trades that, man, if I would have held on to it, it just never came back. It's closed. It never came anywhere near the entry price since it's been up. Even up the pullback was still much higher than the entry, much higher than the entry. And you riding ever since from now. So, and Bitcoin's a monster right about now. It's been performing beyond well, in my opinion. And all you got to do is buy and hold. That's the best strategy sometimes with something like this. So that was interesting. Let's get some GU action going on. GU hasn't been much for me at all, as I've been mentioning. I've been waiting for this to kind of turn around, which it still has not done, right? We had this, yesterday, which was, never mind, that was on Tuesday. I was talking to Jannie and Paul, and I don't know where my toolbox went, but I found it. So now I'm all good to go. But yeah, so we got this, obviously this 5,200 cross. This thing has not done anything really. Like this funky W structure is not even a real W structure. It's attempting to make this M top here, right? Which is really, really freaking ugly. Even if this does come down, this will probably touch the 200. So I wouldn't be interested in it at all if it does that, but that would be the move. Market baseline is still above the static at this point, so this is not ready yet for me. But want this to come on down. And then its RSI line and signal line come up and then drop. Right? But this will probably be too tight by the time this happens, in my opinion. So if you jumped in here, stock will probably go up there. TP will be at the 200. As you can see, this is risking $1 to make 63 cents. So these two 50 EMA and 200 EMA are too tight, really, for this to work out good. So this probably won't end up setting up the right way. So I'm not really interested in GU, not as of yet. And then same thing with GJ. GJ has come around and made a new 5,200 cross. So we know we're in level 2.
Guys, real quick, sorry, I just entered a trade.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Michael.
You're totally fine. This is what it's all about. Live trading. Let's make it happen.
Do apologize, but I'll quickly run down. So it's a trade on Aussie CAD. Just saw that we hit this gap in volume. Let me just go on to 15-minute chart. Might be able to see it a bit better. It's basically a gap here. I drew it a bit wrong. Drew it a bit.
Oh, we can't see your screen yet.
There we go. We just hit it. Oh, you can't see. Damn.
No, we
sorry,
can't see
my
your
bad.
screen. Oh, it's coming in now.
Hey, okay.
We can see it now.
All right, cool. But yeah, Aussie CAD saw a gap here. We just came into it. I kind of got in a bit late. I got in like up here somewhere. What price did I get in at? I got in at 88883. Yes, I didn't get in at a great price. I was meant to, but I missed it. I mean, this was at the beginning of the session. I didn't see it, but it should have been like that, right? Now, the stop I would put like here. So it would be, the risk reward is going to be a bit off because I got in at a bad price, but nonetheless, that's the trade. Hopefully things work out nicely. That will be my take profit. But yeah, very simple. Just trading the gap. Not much to it really, other than that. So yeah, quick scalp. We'll see how it how it plays out. I'm gonna set alerts, and yeah, we can go back to what you were doing, Michael.
Wait, that was the ES though, right?
No, that was Aussie CAD.
Oh, okay. That totally threw me off. I'm like, wait a second. So funny enough,
yeah, Aussie CAD.
that is crazy. Okay, because it says AUD CAD, and right under there says S&P 500E.
Yeah. Sorry. That's the footprint of the S&P. I just
okay. That threw me.
I jumped also.
Thing is,
in a
I
short,
can't see the
just like-
footprint. Oh, okay. Do you want to show it?
No, you can finish first.
I took AUD CAD yesterday. If you guys
pretty much
remember,
all right.
that's interesting. I showed it AUD CAD yesterday.
So feel free to jump in. That's me done for now.
Okay.
Honestly.
You want to show your screen?
Try get in.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we check the 1 hour, so first we are in a 4-hour supply here. Yes, there is still there is still enough range to the upside, but when we check the 1 hour, so we have this push, touch the supply, took the previous high of the candle, closed red, retested. We took again the previous candle high and we closed red. Yes, it's in the support, but still I like it with this big candle that it will close. What's happened again is we took the previous candle high, closed red, we got the continuation, and now we are having the retest. So if I enter here, my first take profit will be here, right here at this low, and we will see. I don't think so that we will go all the way down, just because from the daily, we close inside. Yes, we have this push down yesterday, but we close inside this wicks, so we close inside support. So I will be looking somewhere here, take up the low of the 15 minutes and go break even, or it will stop me straight away again, like so yeah, in terms of the footprints, to be honest, I didn't check much the footprint on the 15 minutes. Okay, so there is 2 minutes left for the 30 minutes and 15 minutes candle to close. We are having some big orders here. I would like to see a small rejection and close here. Next candle maybe with some good momentum to come back, take those lows. Yeah, if we will see similar, that's what we saw here, like big absorption, like some interesting cluster, and then sellers jump in and we got the continuation. I want to see similar here, so we will follow with the trade and see how it goes.
Nice.
Very good.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I'm about to jump in one too, actually, guys. I've been waiting for this little area here.
If you want to share your screen, let us know.
Yep. Yeah. So funny enough. All right, I'll jump into this first and I'll get back to what I was talking about. So this is on crude oil. I don't know if you guys remember, but I took crude oil long at first on a 4-hour chart. I remember taking crude oil because we had this 1350 cross. It ran up. Now, I don't like it when it touches this because this can always make the first leg, but I was expecting this bounce to go up. As soon as this candle closed right here, I took this long. Whoops, not that one. It's this green one, which was the close above this 200 EMA. This one is good too. I don't know why I didn't take this one, to be totally honest. Anyway, when I saw this one, I took this one. This actually took me out really quick at take profit. And it did it so fast that I didn't even get a chance to, because I was thinking, I was like, oh, well, I'll just move my TP to up here. It took me out so fast that I didn't even get a chance to move it. So that was interesting. So once that happened, Then it came back down, and I seen it start turning back around the other way. And I'm like, oh, wait. So this might be a M off the 200, right? You guys see this?
Mhm.
You can see this, the first time price, 5,200 cross. First time price touched the 200 is right here, right? So we got this, I call this a 12 trade. So you got 2 legs over here, come down. You got 1 leg up here. This is a nice, nice, nice setup right now. And the only thing is missing is nothing. This is why I'm about to take this trade. There's nothing missing off this. Even if you look at the daily, right? Because if I'm taking 4-hour trades, I have to zoom up to the daily. So I'm looking at the previous candle, which is this one. You can see that it's below the 13 EMA. So we have our higher time frame confirmation, right? So with this being said, this was a nice run down. This came down, is retesting this exact area right here. Now, this is going to be a long trade, guys, which is going to be super interesting. I'll be honest. I don't even know if I'm going to close this before the week. I might have to hold this. Now, I just want to put my stops. A safe place is above the 200, but a super safe place is above this blue tracer. So I'm going to put my stop above this blue tracer right here. And then I'm going to put my TP all the way at this low. Super ambiguous. I mean, advantageous trade, right? This is nearly a 3.5, right? So we'll see what this does, but I'm going to take this now. So this is 165 pips. Price is at 62.65. So 62.65. We'll go back to crude oil. 62. Yeah, I'm in a GC short right now. We'll go in a second. We'll go over that in a minute. So that was 62.65. Yeah, 62.65. So I'll just put this stop on here, 62.65. And I'm actually going to put 2% on this trade because I believe this will be good. And this is a long swing trade as well. Then I got my TP here at, looks like 55.25. So 55.25. Make 1,500 off this and we'll lose 500. So risking 2% to make nearly 6% on this trade.
Nice.
So boom, we are in there. And I'm actually going to take this on my other account as well. This is attached to my phone. I'm actually really fond of this setup right here, y'all. Like, to be totally honest, this is a great setup. It's literally missing nothing. The only thing that I don't like about this is that it's going to be a swing trade and not a day trade.
Swap. Swap.
Yep. So this is definitely going to be some swap fees paying for this. But I like this also is that these highs right here, you can see this is the highest of the high. This one candle ran up here, activated all of these longs. So all those pending orders going long, got them. And they just yanked it from them, right? Closed over, closed below this. This candle came up, gave a little fake because a lot of traders were like, oh, this is going to go back long. Activated these orders long above the 200. Boom, put them down again. And they just continue to go to trade lower. And then for this to come down here and come back up and retest this exact area. Yeah, this is, you could have took this trade like right here. Technically, you could have took this. This would have been nice too. But even if you missed the move, you could have you had so much time to take this trade. 1, 2, 3. That's 12 hours right here that you could have been in here, right? Even for us, I just took this. This just pulled back to this space because this is the sweet spot right here. This area right here. So for it to pull back to this exact zone, nice. That's all I can really say about this. So I'm going to end up holding this. And we'll see how this plays out. I got a lot of faith in this trade. This is like pristine setup on the higher time frame chart. So super cool about that. Let's get to ACAD really quick. if you check out my alerts, you can actually see. Oh wait, was this today? Yeah, no, today's Thursday. And it says close out at break even. Anyway, let's check this out. Let's look at ACAD. I took ACAD yesterday, and I ended up closing it right before. No, I closed this at 355 yesterday. My whole group grabbed this, by the way. So this was pretty nice. I drew this for the AMA session earlier today. All right, so this was actually decent because it had two setups in here. You can kind of see both of these, right? Setup one was, I think I mentioned this to you guys yesterday when I said this was ugly for the simple fact that it was too much going on to the left here, right? Like to the left, we had this. Let me just zoom out a little bit. We had this 5,200 cross all the way back here. We had this 800, 200 cross. We got this funky, I'll just draw on this, I guess, funky W structure, another bounce. This all looks long, right? Then we short, right? 1350 cross over here. Then this thing turns, makes another W, comes back. This is way too much going on to the left right here. Like absolutely ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. But I think I did this yesterday. Everything to the right of this 1350 cross here, it just clears up out of nowhere. It's like it's pouring raining, and then all of a sudden it stops raining and the sun comes out. That's what this looks like to me. So this came out the box, right? And this made this first trade that you could have took right here, right? I think I mentioned this yesterday too. It is if you took this right at 4 o'clock, let's say he was up for some reason at 4 o'clock, he couldn't sleep. He took this trade, right? 1 hour passes, 2 hour passes, you have to close the trade because there's a 2 hour rule. If it doesn't move big in your favor in 2 hours, you have to close it, right? Move your stop to break even and close it. So whatever you would have did, you wouldn't have lost any money on this trade, but you wouldn't have made any, right? So this comes up, this green candle comes up, right? This next green one definitely took you out at break even if you were still in it, but it retests this whole area and then dropped in one candle. Once this happened, when it's closed below all this, you could have took this again, right? So you drop in. This was nice, right? So you got that one position, and then the second bad boy came around and set up for you again. Now you couldn't really take this on a 1 hour chart. You would have to dig down to the 15. It's a lot going on here. Let me take this off. For this second one, you would have to dig down to the 15, right? And this is kind of funky because if you look at this, this closed right on this EMA right here, this 800 EMA, right? So not the best on the second one, on the second setup, but definitely was still there. And not to even mention, this actually was outside the band as well. So you kind of don't want to take trades when this is outside the band, but they snuck two moves in here. The first one was nice. I took that one. The second move, no, it wasn't clean. And they still had a little bit of lack on it, which was this outside structure that they created. I don't like to see outside the band like this. This makes me think, even though it didn't, this could have easily came back and hit you again, and this move would have been inside the band, right? Like it would have been something like this. So I don't like to take it when it's outside like that. I need it's outside the band, inside the band, not outside the band, outside the band. So this one wasn't too bad. I know you're short. Are you short or you bought this, Sam?
What?
This AUD CAD.
I bought it. Yeah.
You bought it. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I'm gonna say this definitely about to probably turn around at this point. He had a lot of down in it. Like a lot. Right. And even if it don't bounce here, it'll probably bounce off of this low. But not a bad bounce point in general. Cool. So then we had that one, and then GC is my trade of the day for today, basically, guys. Reason being is, it's coming back up. But you can see this clear as day, right? Look at this. Now, this is a little ugly, but it's still very clear, right? We got the 1350 cross here. Price comes down, does not touch the 50, right? First pull back to the 50 EMA, drop. This is the move right here. Now, this is a little bit risky, just a little bit. And reason being is, technically you'll want to put your stops. If you enter it here, that's where the candle closed. You would want to put your stops above here, right? But if you did that, you're risking $1 to make 55 cents, and that's not right. So you can't do that, right? So what you would have had to do, what I did in this scenario was I just moved my stops to this second point here, right? So not above this one. This is a little less safe, to be totally honest, because this could do something like this, like how this one, this green candle almost wicked up there and took that. This could have came up here and then dropped and then went down, and it would have took me out. So not the safest place to put your stop, but as I always mentioned, this is my A+ setup. This is a master trade for me, so I'm pretty confident that this is going to go to the 200 EMA. Everything on here looks good as well. The TDI, as you can see, this is inside the band. My RSI line and my signal line are both above the static, so this is fine. This all is in line with what I would take for a setup. And price did not touch the 200 EMA, right? So this is good. It's just that this is technically not the safest place to put your stop, but I had to do it this way in order to get my full 1-for-1. If I didn't do this, I would be passing this trade altogether, which I really didn't want to do. Right? Cannot not take the A+ setup. So, but yeah, this was pretty decent. I think we're up on it. Not too bad either. Yeah, nice little 132. Entry price was in at 86.05. Right? We could have got in a little bit better because, as you see, this did pull up, but we ended up getting in around here. 05. Yeah, so somewhere like right here. Not bad at all. Not bad. But yeah, I think that was pretty much it for me today. I wasn't looking at anything else. I don't recall. What was it? Oh, you know what? So this was a trade from yesterday, right? So check this out. This is what I want to point out too. This kind of looks like GC. If you guys can kind of spot this, right? So we got this funky M structure thing going on here, right? Then we got this 1350 cross, right? Small pullback. I mean, small run. It's not a big run at all, but this pullback came down here, right? And then it drops. This is this trade that we took yesterday, and as you can see, this bad boy definitely wanted to go to the 200 EMA. It even hit it, right? Now it didn't hit it till 5 o'clock, so I already closed this trade an hour early. I closed this back over here, but the point is, it wanted to go to the 200 EMA. Because once this happens, you got that peak, as I always draw, this 1350 cross and that run and that pull back to the 50, like for that break and that retest to this zone. The next point is this 200 EMA. Price almost is just pulling, the EMA is pulling price towards it. So that's why I'm always so confident on this particular setup specifically. And this is why this is my A+ setup, right? But this looks just like GC, like same exact setup as the master trade. Let's see. Now the other two, and this is what I always try to say. Man, I forgot who asked, but someone asked if all three was to set up. Meaning NASDAQ 100, US 30, and S&P 500. If they all were to set up the same, would I take all of them? And I told them no, I actually wouldn't. I would only look for the prettiest one. Right now, this one, this did happen. Right, we got the same type of structure: run up, right? Kind of did this, came up, hit it, and then it dropped. Now, you couldn't take this at all for the simple fact that your candle closed all the way down here. And in fact, this one candle already touched the 200 EMA. So if I had these three on the board, this one would automatically be out. Like, I'm not taking this one. There was no closed candle in this. It went from all the way up here to all the way down here and touched the 200 in 1 hour. So let's say they all three were close. When this move happened, S&P is automatically off the board. I'm not touching this one. Did it go shorter of lower? Of course it did, but that don't count. Because you had to put your stop right here. You put it all the way up here, and your target was the 200, right? You're risking $1 to make 20 cents. This is a big no-no. Big no. So you gotta let this one go. Now you want to.
I would have taken that.
Right. Right. So I'll take. I'll take it.
I will take it if they told me it's 100% win rate. So I will take it.
Yeah,
I will.
I think you would need like a 99% win rate. If you took that trade every time, you'd need like 98, 99%.
No, this is not where it's at. That's a So that one would have been off the board, right? Automatically. And then we had US 30. US 30 did the same exact thing, right? Yeah, we had this decent, kind of run, 1350 cross. This runs down and boom, it touches the 200. Automatically, it's canceled out, right? There is no bounce off of here and you take this move anymore. This is done at this point. The next move you'd be looking for in a cycle, as you can see, this 5,200 is crossing now, right? So you're looking for this move to go short, right? Stops here. Entries there, stops above here. TP is probably the 800, right? This makes sense. Right, nice little, nearly a 2-for-1 on this one. Right, you can probably squeeze in a 2-for-1 with a pullback. This would be the next move I will be looking for on US 30. And if this happens, I'm going to take it. Right. In addition to that, of course, you need to see market baseline go back above the static for that reload. Right, to tag on those orders. This would be the move. But taking the bounce trade here, So that only leaves NAS 100. And you see what I had to do with NAS 100 just to even take the trade, right? I had to drill down to the 15-minute chart on this yesterday, if you guys remember, right? And then I said, when it closed all the way down here, which was way too close to this, it needed to pull all the way back up here to this blue tracer, and then I took it. But on top of me taking it, I put my stop right above this huge shift candle. Right, so entry here, stops above the shift candle, right, and now TP's at the 800 MA. This makes sense. So you see that filter I did? I took out S&P, took out US 30, and it only left NAS 100 with the same move, basically. Right, but the other two were out of play. This looks actually kind of funny to take on another M here. So I'm gonna put in a little alert here. If this shoots down here in this session, I'll possibly take this. But check this out. And reason being is obviously we're still short. Our bias is still short. Right. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm tripping. Never mind. Because what happened already is this 5,200 cross, right? Once this 5,200 cross, this doesn't count as an M. It's just ugly. It's not really an M, but we have the reload here. So that actually does count. They just didn't give us room to get in here. That's all. This is the second cross. So this W or this M rather is a fake M. Right? I would say take that at your own risk. But yeah, that is pretty much it for me, guys. I don't think I had anything else on the board for today except those two. I'm really, 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 really interested in this trade right here, though, to be totally honest. Like, I really like this. We'll see where this ends up at the end of the week. Pretty good. I was putting the
And
word on it.
also, Monday market is closed, I think. So.
Oh,
if-
yep.
if-
Dang, I
if the
forgot
market-
about that.
Yeah, if the market is closed Monday, we could see some good movement tomorrow, or
Yeah.
good movement Tuesday. So if you are trading tomorrow, just remember that yes, it's last day of the week, but also it's where Monday is the market is closed.
Yep.
So
It's Memorial Day, I think. Yeah.
No.
Memorial Day.
Bank holiday here in the UK as well, so nothing. Don't expect anything. Yeah.
liquidity, volatility, it will be really low. And like the
I'll
Forex
be-
market is open, I think.
Yeah, it'll be open.
Yeah, it's open. It's just gonna be no volume.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's why I'll create the volume, and I'm going to be trading thousands of lots. Boom, 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 boom. I will move the market all by myself.
Up or down, just let me know, please.
I'll
Up
be
or
a
down.
market maker for once.
I'm gonna say, just let me know so I can be on the right side. I'll come to work on Monday for that.
Inside trading live on YouTube.
But yeah,
We'll be out on Monday either way. My brother comes down. I think I mentioned to y'all we gonna do a cenote tour with some friends. It's gonna be super fun.
nice. That sounds good. Yeah, it's good to have a day off.
Yes.
Yeah.
We never get any, right? I get one day off, non-farm payroll Friday, and every now and then we get a bank holiday. That's about it though.
Yeah.
Life of a trader.
Yes.
But if you wanted to, you could have a day off. I mean,
Yeah.
your own boss. you
That
know.
would be the day where a beautiful A+ setup comes, and I miss it. That's what happened.
We're too addicted to the markets. That's the reality.
Yep. I'm over here like, no, I don't need a day off. I don't need any days off at all.
I might get one of those Apple, you know what are they called? Apple Pro headset things.
Mhm.
And then I can sit in public, just like trading the charts.
All right. That'd be super dope, actually.
Like for you guys, if I can ask, like when you think you should take a break, like tell me like when it's going good and when it's going bad, both sides, or it's just like, for example, me after two months and a half, I always take a 1 week or 2 week, let's say, break to travel somewhere. For you, like what is when you take breaks, like when you are winning, when you are losing, or just
So I'll be honest, I don't take breaks on losing streaks or winning streaks. I
Yeah.
stick to the same exact thing no matter what, because I don't want to miss out on any setups that would have put me back at break even, right? And or make my money back. And then on the winning side, I don't want to. If I'm killing it, I don't want to stop killing it. Like I'm gonna keep rotting away. So I don't take breaks in that aspect. But every year, December 15th to like January 12th, I take a month off every year, no matter what. I take those last 2 weeks of December and those first 2 weeks of January off every year. And then it's like a week in the summer that I'll typically take off when like that liquidity is kind of drying up just a bit, because from what I understand, that's when the market makers take off. It's those last 2 weeks in December, first 2 weeks in January, and right, and your buddies too, Aymane. And it's like a week. I say a week to 2 weeks in the summer too. That it's like really slow. So I just take those off. But that's it. Yeah. Every other time I'm here.
I'm the same. I mean, regardless, winning, losing doesn't matter. But if I have like a holiday or a vacation booked, then I'm not trading on that. Like if you're out, you're in some resort and stuff. Last thing you want to do. I know you'll see on Instagram and that's the life, right? But they sell to you. You'll be on the beach with your laptop trading. Like, why would you want to trade when you're on holiday? You just want to relax. Why do I want to bring the stress of trading into the place where I'm meant to chill?
Yeah, and like what you recommend, guys, when you are, of course, like maybe you are having students, what you recommend to them when they should take break? Like you recommend to them just like you December and also the summer, or it depend on, let's say, the students
Yeah,
if
I mean,
he's
Christmas, New Year, obviously, there's no point trading Christmas around Christmas and New Year's. Like Michael said, 2 weeks, end of December, 2 weeks, beginning of January. But I mean, the summertime, you're right, the volume does drop, but you can still trade it. It's not like that dead. Do you know what I mean? There is still opportunity. It's just dried up a little bit more, so you can still trade it. But apart from that, other than like the big, like Good Fridays, obviously dead. Bank holidays like Memorial Day, like we got on Monday, obviously don't trade. Like the odd individual day, but I wouldn't say really there's any other period of time where you can't really trade, I'd say. But unless like if it comes down to you as a person, right? Like if you're really struggling and your mind's not right, say you just had, I don't know, God forbid, like a death in the family or something, and your headspace is not right, don't trade, because you know, you need to be emotionally sound to handle trading.
It's all connected.
Yeah, if you're going through a breakup, if you're, I don't know, whatever it might be, just don't do it. Do something else to cheer you up, but don't trade, man.
Yeah, agreed. And if you are just too emotional, like you just cannot get your mind out of like the emotional part, yeah, you definitely need to take a break. Like just sit back, because what's about to happen is you're about to blow your trading account. I can guarantee it.
And you feel it when you are emotional. Just if you don't lie to yourself as a trader, like you feel like you are emotional, just admit I am emotional. Okay, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do, right? You just said don't lie to yourself, because it's easy to blame somebody else. People naturally do that, blame someone else for their mistakes. And one of the easiest things to do is to blame the markets. Like, oh, they did this and they did that. Yeah, you mean you did this and you did that. That's actually what happened. But you know, it's easy to lie to yourself until you get to this certain point. Like, you know what? You can't trade properly. You will never be successful, and you will never be able to journal your trades properly if you're lying to yourself. Like, that's the first person you gotta get good with, you know, and just be honest, because that's gonna take you to the next level, to be honest. Because I remember doing those same things, and you know, that voice inside your head telling you like, nah, you knew you shouldn't have took that. Like, you just did it anyway. When you stop doing that and be real and honest with yourself, you know, now you've conquered one aspect of it. Now you can move forward to really start refining that trading plan the accurate way, because you're gonna be stuck on a cycle of death, cycle of doom, if you keep lying to yourself.
Yeah, and if you're someone who's got like an addictive personality, it's going to be harder for you to become profitable at trading. But what I would say is have that bully account, casino account. You got to feed the addiction somehow, but do not feed it on your main. You know, whatever you do, never break those rules, man. Like, be real with yourself. Like, tell yourself, you know, if I break the rule, then I have to, I don't know, do 100 push-ups out in the cold or something. I don't know, like something ridiculous, right? Like, really punish yourself if you do it. But if you got that addictive personality, then find something else to be addicted to. Nothing terrible, obviously. Or like, go out there and smoke crack or something. But like,
So I used to be a compulsive trader. Now I'm a crackhead. Like, no, not that direction. Go the other way, right? Be addicted to the gym or something productive.
Oh, dear.
And also like pay yourself also when you respect your plan. When just go buy something, nothing big, just something small. Also, when you respect and you follow your plan, buy for something good. Treat yourself good.
Yeah,
for sure. You got to. You got to. That's what's going. I would say a part of it's going to keep you in the game, because it all seems like fake, right? And digital money, until that money hits your bank account, you actually bought something with it. Now it's real.
Yeah.
And that was real.
Michael, what did you bought, and Coach Sam, what did you bought with your first payout?
Dude, I'm so lame.
withdrawal?
I'm gonna be totally honest. I am so lame with stuff like this to the point where I just bought me a new setup. I just bought me new equipment, and I was like, all right, now I'm really finna be able to dig in, right? I bought all the fancy stuff, the mic, the monitors, the splitter. I bought all the cool stuff, right, to be able to reinvest into what I'm already doing. You know what I mean? And just to kind of make it even better. And a few subscriptions, like subscription services. That's when I was able to actually bump up the next level on, what is it, Trading View, or get that journaling software for the year. Like, I really spent majority of it reinvested into my stuff. But that next payout though, oh yeah, I took everybody out. Like, just to know that, like, yo, this came from the markets, right? Like, all my friends, we took everybody out. We did the catamaran. Everybody, this thing holds 40 people. All the drinks, food, everything is included. Just had a freaking blast out there, and just to see everybody happy, you know, cool, and like, yo, this, I paid for all of this, and it didn't do anything to me. You know, like, I was able to, the market paid for this. I thought that was super cool. I think that was it though. Like, I don't never do anything crazy. I live here in Mexico, so it's easy for us to do, you know, crazy stuff like that. It's all close. So it's nothing super extravagant. We used to go into the resorts and all that fun stuff. So nothing too crazy. I'm not like a super exploder person like that. Like, I would never buy an exotic car like that. I would probably never do the jet thing. Like, that's not really my style.
I honestly can't remember what I it just went into my account, and I don't know, just day to day normal spending. It wasn't like, you know what I mean? like I bought something specific, but I bought a Rolex with what, like, once really good. That's probably the biggest splurge I ever did, I would say. But apart from that, I can't say I've bought anything like really extravagant or. That was it.
No, definitely. It's why I ask, because especially for traders who are watching us, like, when you get this first payout, like Michael said, like, you have to buy something that you see. So you took this money from the market. So just for the psychological aspect, that's okay. It's not anymore just a game. It's just numbers. It's just screen. But actually, I bought this with this screen with trading. So especially for those first payouts, first withdrawals, it helps a lot mentally.
And
I
really enjoy buying stuff that I can see. Like, literally everything I have now came from it. Like, I bought this stuff with the market, right? I like buying things that I still have and I can see, and not stupid stuff, y'all. Like, I don't like to buy stupid stuff at all. And I like to do it with the experiences, right? Like, again, the catamaran, I think that was super cool to take all my friends out. And we all on the boat, snorkeling, drinking, kicking it. Like, those experiences and buying stuff is my whole thing. But everything else, though, I found it, like, I can't say everything, but a lot of the stuff is stupid. Like, that's a waste of money. I'm not gonna go through all of this to pull money out of the market to spend it on something stupid. That's the dumbest thing ever.
But Michael, because also of the stress, and I understand some traders who are sometimes spending, because there is so much stress in trading that you sometimes you have to just a little bit get it out from you, just buy something stupid, or just you know what I mean, just throw
absolutely right. Like,
because you work hard, and sometimes just you want to buy something crazy, something stupid that maybe if you were a normal person you would not buy.
It's crazy. I can't remember who it was. There was some quote out there, some famous millionaire or something, and I can't even remember the quote exactly, but roughly it said, the reason he travels. No. He goes, when you're like on the way to success or whatever, try travel in first class. Try treat yourself to really nice things, so because that motivates you to actually, get to that stage in life, right? And like, I always thought, like, yeah, but it's a waste of money, isn't it? Like, well, if you haven't got the money, why are you spending it? But then I kind of got it, though, because when you do treat yourself to like the nicer things in life, although it might just be, a one-time thing, right? Whether it's you rent a really nice car, a Lamborghini or something, you just drive around for the weekend, top down, it does something with inside you where you just come back and you're motivated. You're like, doesn't mean you're gonna go out and buy a Lamborghini, but you got that experience where you're so motivated all of a sudden. You're grinding. Whereas, like, if you never see the reward of anything,
I can see that.
Real. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't truly know it.
I think that's important, right? So, not to brag, but I was doing all this stuff before I even started trading. I was flying first class before I was trading. When I did go out of town, Miami or wherever it was, and we had to rent a car, I was getting the nice car. Like, I was already living there in that space, basically. So stuff like that to me, I guess I would say was kind of regular, but I think the fanciest car I've rented was a Maserati, right? Like, that was really it. Like, I rented a Maserati for the weekend in Miami, like 3-4 days, but that's it. Like, it's nothing super fancy. I just went from getting the BMW to the Maserati this time. Is it a difference? Yeah. But I've never gotten and I can't say never, but I've been in the BMW, the Benzes, whatever, for a long time, actually. So to step up from here to here is not a big difference. Like, it's almost the same, right? You have to go pure exotic and get the Lambo for the weekend, like you said, or something like that. Yeah. Me, I'm not finna get that because if something happens to the car, I'm not finna pay for it, right? I don't want to have. I'm not paying for no $250,000 car. The Maserati, maybe it's only like 80 or 100, right? Like maybe 150, but 250, 300, 400, hell no. I don't want that.
Yeah. No, but like for new traders, it's good.
Yeah, they have to. They have to. Because again, if you haven't, and again, not to say it away, but if you haven't flown first class or rented nice cars when you went out, stayed at the nice resorts with the butlers and all inclusive and stuff, you got to do that. Like, you got to experience that so you can taste that lifestyle, right? Like, so you can know what you're working for. Because otherwise, it's boring. Like, you hate to say this, you kind of have a boring life a little bit. There's way too much out there to experience with not much, not that much money of a difference. Some of these private jet places, like the XO, I forget the name of it. There's like a few other ones. Like, it's not that expensive. Like, who wants to pay $3,000, to fly private, or $5K? Well, it's not that bad. When you can spend, it's not. You might spend $1,200, $1,500 on first class anyway. You might as well put another few thousand.
That's not bad. Like, here in Europe, like private jet on average is about 10 grand an hour. Yeah, that's what you pay. See? That's like, and all right, you might be able, if you're really lucky, to get it cheaper, but it would have to be. You probably can't even choose where you go. It will be like there's a seat available, discounted price, jump in, that kind of deal. But otherwise, you can't get it cheaper than like 10 grand an hour. So. And then, like,
they got a lot of like things now, right? So let's say, for example, they call them empty legs. Like, the jet might be in, let's say, Miami, and it's going to California, right? But the jet is in New York, and you're in New York, so it's like, when the planes are repositioning
to come back.
Yeah, that's
I have no idea what that is. My bad. I can't tell what it is. Yeah, one of y'all go ahead.
So, but it's to go back to what we were talking about. It's when you just, let's say, make a little bit of profit and you withdraw, it's like a restart. It's like a restart button in your head. Yes, I get sometimes a lot of questions. Should I compound my account? Should I? And I say, no, just make a withdrawal, just pay yourself, and you will feel it. It's like a restart button. It's like new account. You pay yourself, you see it. It's a restart button.
Yeah. What did you buy with your first payout, Aymane?
Actually, just spend a little bit more than usual on hotels. So
okay, nice.
That's nothing crazy, and monitor.
He visited his local central bank and just slip some money into the pocket of.
Yeah, but definitely like those first payouts, like it's really good memories. Like I can remember this feeling like it happened yesterday, especially this feeling that I get this money from this, and especially for example someone who's just building his self-esteem, his confidence, and he did it by himself and staying disciplined, making money, withdraw it, giving a little bit to family. So it's a good memory for that's why I always recommend to
withdraw.
Take if to withdraw.
Yeah. Now I'll be totally honest. One of my payouts, like the first time I was able to, it's one thing to pay, you paid your rent or your car note or whatever for the month, but when you pull out enough to be able to pay this for 6 months at a time or a year at a time, it's like, wow. Now I'm in a position, I'm where I always wanted to be at. Like always wanted to be right here. Yeah. And it just takes so much stress off of you. Like there's no need to force trades because I mean, it's like, yeah, you got to pay your bills, but yeah, in 10 months, you got to pay them. You got to pay them next month. So it takes so much stress off. Like so much. It's night and day.
To me, and I would say if you're like in debt or something, clear that as soon as you get paid out. Before you treat yourself, clear that.
Yeah.
You don't want none of those high interest credit card debts stacking up. Because man, that's like we talk about compounding. That's compounding against you. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
30%, 40%. Some of these are predatory. Doesn't sound like a lot, 40% a year, but believe me, that you do the math and you realize you owe them for the rest of your life. Clear that the moment you can. Do not allow. There's good debt and there's bad debt. That is bad debt. You want to.
That's that horrible debt.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also to be honest, when you trade, let's say you have a debt like credit, and it's not the same way like you are trading and you have good amount of money in your accounts. You have this for saving, this for to spend, this because I tried both of them, and it's very bad when like you have to pay someone or you have to pay back the bank, and you have this to do, compared to having everything good set. You know how much you like you spend per month. You know how much like you have your account, so everything is good, is stable. You trade like really good, like your head is more, let's say, clear head. And yeah,
I got one too, right? So this is a real good one, right? So my ex, she used to say she used to be like, you spending all your time on this, and she was just like, and I had explained to her, and I was like, yeah, most people fail in this. And she was like, oh, like, what do you mean? I was like, well, like 90+% of people who try this, they actually fail, like long term. And she hit me with well, what makes you
special? Oh,
he's frozen. That's his ex coming in right now, severing you.
His ex is watching.
She just hacked the system.
Right. That's what I was just thinking. Like, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah. She said that, it just kind of like pulled you back. I'm like, man, that was so rude. But you know what? One of these days, I'm gonna get to where I want to be, and I'm gonna be that percentage. Obviously, we're not together now, but man, if I could laugh in her face.
Yeah. And also, Sam, like when you, let's say your main income is trading, like you have, let's say, to manage those profits, because you don't know if you will be the next month in drawdown, or 2 months in drawdown, or 3 months in drawdown. So even though like you get, let's say, a 6, 10, 12K month and it hits your bank, it's not fully, let's say, yours. Yes, if you have, let's say, you are like teaching, you have mentorship, you have education, you have websites, you have this, okay, you have other income, that's good. But if your trading is the only like main income you have, this 10,000 or 20,000 a month, you have to save, let's say, 80% of it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you can, yeah.
Live below your means. I would always say that. If you're someone who wears your bank account, it doesn't matter if you make $1 million a year, you'll be broke. Do you know what I mean? Because like there's a certain level of wealth where unless you're really stupid, unless you do something really dumb, you're kind of set for life. And I would say that figure's probably around the 10 million mark, right? If you had that in cash or in the bank, or at least in assets that could be easily liquidated or whatever, you're probably fine. Like you don't have to worry too much. But anything below that, you could spend it. I mean, look at all these lottery winners who make 3-4 million. Majority of them are broke within a year or two because it's easy to spend. You think that's a lot of money, but a couple of nice cars, a nice house, boom, all gone.
Boom. Mm-hmm.
And then how are you gonna afford all the maintenance and everything? You can't. Like, there's no cash flow, right? So like, live below your means, and you'll just live happy as well because you'll never be worried about, oh, I'm a bit tight this month, you know. Oh, don't know if I can afford to.
If I can handle drawdown, and this is the biggest thing. Like, okay, you have 20K month, and then next month drawdown. Next month you are still in drawdowns, and then you start panicking, and then you are not in the zone. When you are not again trading the chart, you are trading the PNL again. So you just want to get out from the drawdown. You just get those small wins. So yeah, definitely there is phases. There is, of course, the phase where we talk a lot about traders losing money, they should focus on. But there is also phase when they are break even, and phase also when they are making money, and phase also when they withdraw money. So there is always something to learn. There is always things to learn. So
yeah, exactly. And I feel like traders, we never stop learning. I mean, it's like with any profession, you never really ever stop learning. But we're the most susceptible to the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is when you're a beginner at something or you're new, you overestimate how good you are at it. But the more of a professional you are at something, or more of an expert, you underestimate your abilities. Right? So you'll see that in anything. Like, you go on Twitter or X or whatever, after a boxing fight or an MMA fight or any sport event, you'll see people tweet, "Oh, I could have knocked them out. I could have done." You couldn't. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have no idea how difficult this sport is. Right?
You couldn't.
Let's be honest. You couldn't. Like, the stamina alone of these boxers is ridiculous. Like, you'd be out of breath in 20 seconds. Do you know what I mean? You'll be collapsed on the floor. Like, you can't do it, right? But like, that's people overestimating their ability. They think it's easy. Oh, it's just, whatever. Same with trading. People, oh, it's easy. You just click a few buttons, guess where it's going to go, done. You make money. But we all know the more you get into it, you realize, damn, there's a lot more to learn. And once you're a pro, you underestimate your abilities. So they found that professionals, regardless of what field, they thought they weren't as good as they truly are. Because they understand how big and how much scope there actually is to learning everything. Do you know what I mean? They see the full picture. Right. So we never stop learning. But yeah.
That reminds me, it's something close. I don't know if y'all know who Little Bow Wow is.
Me? No.
Little Bow Wow.
Oh, Little Bow Wow. Yeah, the rapper. Yeah.
He played one-on-one against Kobe Bryant before. It's on YouTube. You can check it out. Kobe was like, I can beat you, and da-da-da-da-da. They went to 10. He's like, all jump shots. Of course, Kobe spanked him. Bow Wow to have 1 point. And at the game-winning shot, he said, I'm a pro. I'm a professional. He said, you're just Little Bow Wow. And he said, swimming with these great white sharks is a lot more dangerous versus when you're sitting at home watching on your couch, isn't it? I was like, oh. Like, yeah, he got him with that. Because what will make him think that he can possibly even hang a Kobe Bryant for one game? Like, he just totally overestimated his entire skill. Like, no, he does this for a living. You just want to do this. That's it. It's the big difference.
That's people. That's human psychology. So there's a lot to learn, a lot to overcome. But you got to chip away at it every day, get better. And that's it.
And just always learn, right? Like you said, always just learning what you're good at, what you're bad at, and like obviously journaling explains a lot of it. And it's like, you know what? I always seem to try to hang on for these 1 for 3s. If I could just go for a nice little 1.5, 1 for 2, I'll be okay. But I just gotta be stubborn and greedy and go for the 1 for 3, and I end up with 1 or a half or a break even or I lose. Yeah. After that happens enough times, you're like, you know what? Maybe I should do this. You should definitely do that, right?
Absolutely.
Sometimes it just takes so long to figure that part out.
We have 10 minutes left, so I'm going to quickly share my screen, update on that trade before we end. So
yeah,
it's moving up quite nicely. I don't think it's actually going to hit the take profit by the time this session ends, sadly. So for the sake of just showing, I mean, it's just a little trade, so it's not the end of the world, but I will close out now. So I'll close out. I do think it's going to hit the take profit, but it'll probably do it in a few hours time. So for the sake of the video, we'll close out now. That's that trade done. But
nice.
yeah, so that was the only trade I could see in this session. There was something on Euro US dollar I saw potentially shaping up, but I don't think an alert went off. Yeah, no, the alert didn't go off. If it went here, I would have bought. It did go up, but what is that? Less than a pip?
Yeah.
Was a pip?
Oh.
Less than a pip. 0.8 of a pip away from entering. But that would have been, it would have probably closed out now as well. But yeah, that's the update on my end with the trades.
Nice. Yeah, this GBP CAD is looking a little suspect at this point. Normally I would go ahead and stay in this, but kind of like you mentioned, for the sake of the video, I will go ahead and close this bad boy. It's not really going too far at all, actually. It's kind of just hanging out right here. So yeah. Yeah, normally I would just hang on to this at least until 355 just to kind of see, but we have been in here for more than 2 hours, guys, so this technically should be closed. So I'll go ahead and close this one out as well. Small little profit on it, not much at all. And I'm hanging on to this. I'm gonna hang on. I'm swinging this one, y'all.
Oh yeah.
I'm about to swing this. I'm about to swing this one. See if we can get some gains off this one. It's a 1 for 3.5 to the low.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll just slowly move this further and further into a trail this stop, but move it further and further into profit as it goes. If it gets to down, yeah, I'll just make probably sessions like this. And really, I'm just putting them at all of the main, as you can see, these blue tracer areas. So that's one. This is one. Here's another one here. Right. So these will pretty much be, as I move it, I'll move it further and further into profit until it finally gets to this point here. If it does.
Nice.
But yeah, I will be swinging this. Y'all gonna see me. This is gonna be the longest trade that y'all see me swing in a minute. And I do want to say this really quick, right? Because on that show, Billions, that y'all know I've mentioned a lot, is it's this one thing where Wendy Rose, she's like the performance coach on there. She's trying to tell Bobby, the hedge fund manager. She's like, most of the time, she said, you're always in the game, right? But she's like, but every now and then you'll kind of mess up. And she's like, what looks like is actually is a long, if you looked at it the right way, because you're looking in the backward, you can see it's actually a short. So I have one of my setups, one of my custom tags in my trading journal is the Wendy Rose setup, right? Where initially it looks like it's a long, because remember I took this long right here. but it's actually a short. And this could be the other way around as well, right? So I thought it was a short and it's really a long, whatever the case may be. But I'm going to tag this as just as that, right? Like I thought this was long, but this is actually a short trade. And it takes another level of skill, aiming skill, to be able to see that you were wrong or your bias has changed, right? And to be able to grab it the other way around. So even though this did accidentally took me out at take profit because I really wanted to take it out up here, but for me to grab this trade going long and then it turns around and sets up short and I grab it going short, that's like a super skill, right? And that's why I said I tagged this as the windy road. So I just want to close with that and say, yeah, this was almost a long, but in actuality, this is the first time that price is touching the 200 EMA, right? This is a short. This is a short. So it would be super nice to see this play out because that would just be that windy roads trade.
Nice. Wendy Rose.
Yeah, Wendy Rhodes. She's actually in real life. She's Professor Steinberg. He is like that top performance coach in real life. She's the TV version of him, basically. But she's like $10 billion fund. She all the traders in there. You know, she works there and she keeps their mind in check. And she's amazing. I know Robert was supposed to check their show out. If you ever do get a chance to watch it, Robert, you'll get to see it. She's in episode 1, and you can see how powerful she is. Like the guy goes from being down like -2%, everybody else is up in double digits, and they have to go in and have a session with her, and she gets him right. Like she gets his mind together, and I want to say that same episode, he banged the trade. She's like, yeah, I made like X% off this, you know, whatever. And she like looked at him like, great job, you know, because of what they taught them. So as you guys know, part of all of this is to make sure you got your mind in check. And she does a great job with it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Aymane, did you want to show your screen?
Yes, please.
All right.
So no volatility, no volume. Like we're still in the supply. Volume start to be dead. So I will close it here on half of the loss. And yeah, so if we saw the 1 hour chart, like we are still respecting the supply, we are touching it multiple times. You can see that we have the pattern that I mentioned before, I think last week, the range pattern. So we took this high with this wick, close red, and we took out again the high, the low of this candle, close green. So we could stay here in this range a little bit more or break up. So I am out half of the loss. No, nothing interesting. So let's we have 2 minutes left. So I have a really good area here. If the NAS will come back anywhere next to the 20,942, for me it will be a really interesting area to buy. And if you remember, guys, we talked about on the weekly, I put the alarm. They are still there. Let's delete. They are still there. Actually, I wanted to see push to the upside, more to the upside, create a big wick, and then coming back here. But we didn't touch this supply yet. This weekly supply. Also on the daily, it's a little bit messy. Like same range pattern that I mentioned before. So we took the previous low, close green. We took the previous high, close red. Big push to the upside. Inside those wicks, coming back, we will see a little bit of a range before breaking. So yeah. Nice. If you are trading tomorrow, it's Friday. Please trade safe. We have tomorrow. We have at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We have US new home sales at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So be careful if you are trading. Don't trade the news.
Definitely not.
Nope.
Well, Aymane, Michael, it is time. So yeah, great session as always. And tomorrow, you guys, both of you, at session 3 as well. I'm not sure.
I believe so. Yeah.
All right,
Yes,
cool.
yes,
Well,
yes.
we'll catch up tomorrow then. Robert, good to see you again.
As always, Robert, have a good one.
And yeah, have a good evening.
All right, guys.
Have a good
Sam,
evening. Guys,
man,
great
take it easy.
session. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone.